Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat on the way in. Z, why are you late? I'm late because I thought I put 9:40 and not 9:30. My apologies, everyone. My apologies. My apologies. Okay, so on this stream, we are going to be speaking on Angry Man and his take on this rap battle, rap beef between Drake and Kendrick Lamar. Um, so first, y'all already know Mr. Z is biased. I've owned it. I am perfectly okay with saying that. Um, there's a lot to unpack here, so let's get into it. Angry Man was one of the first people that I ever spoke to when I first made myself known in the Black manosphere. I've been listening to his stuff on and off since then. So actually before then. Um, and even people I know that they're not really big YouTube guys. They don't really know much about any Black manosphere or whatnot. They've even heard of Angry Man and actually have engaged with some of Angry Man's content. So Angry Man we have watched his channel just absolutely explode over the past couple years. So shout out to Angry Man for that. Let me say this. We're all biased in this. This is all about opinion, right? Who you support and why you support them. And even if it's not a support, which songs you like, which artists you prefer, and why. All of that is straight opinion. And listening to Angry Man, I sometimes wonder if he's being contrarian for the sake of being contrarian, right? Oh boy, Demetrius, I'm gonna have to look that up. And Demetrius says, Z, Yanni has lost it. She's talking about delusion is good. Man, I might do a panel, so we'll see. We'll have you up in a little bit. Wow, 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 wow. Yeah. See, okay. Let's do a slight caveat. Y'all know how Z is. Um, what's frightening about this whole thing? It's not about being right in this case. It is about these women not doing right by other women, right? Your average Black woman cannot afford to be delusional. They can't afford not to be with a Black man. They can't afford to be single. They can't afford, shout out to Chrissy, they can't afford to be single if they can't date or marry hypergamously. But yet y'all keep on talking this talk. What the hell is wrong with you people? You listen to these broken ass women and what they say, and you're like, in what world? Everyone from Princella to Yanni to Chrissy and Paris Milan and Lexus Exodus and Cynthia G, and you just listen to them try to give Black women this quote unquote advice, and it's like, are you living on planet Earth in the 21st century? Right? Are you living on planet Earth in the 21st century? There's no way. Right? I'm not saying Yanni has directly addressed me. So we know that Chrissy has, engaged with my content, and we know she's addressing me even though she doesn't say my name. Okay, fine. I'm assuming Yanni has also. But she speaks about it in a way more roundabout way. When Yanni did one of her previous streams, and she it seemed as if she was addressing something I said, but she didn't want to mention the money element of it. And she said, to all of you women, don't force yourself to be single. If you really want a man, be honest with yourself. And she's attempting, at least it looks like, to address some of the things I said without really addressing them. So she's giving Black women far more agency than they actually have in the matter. What do you mean by that, Z? Black women, you don't got a choice if you ain't trying to starve. For the majority of you, if you're not trying to starve or struggle even more than you would if you were in a relationship with a black man, married, right? You can listen to Yanni, you can listen to Chrissy, you can listen to Paris, you can listen to Cynthia G, you can listen to Crystal and Kerrison, you can listen to all these weirdos who don't ever want to bring up the money aspect of it all. Once again, this is why Mr. Z has that link to the article. Single black and Latina women have the least amount of wealth in America. Point blank, period. I am just this morning listened to another interview from Dr. Chris Marsh. That's the black woman who wrote the book about being single by choice. And she mentions, in one of the chapters of her book that she had a conversation. And remember, the majority of the people that she polled and had the conversation with about being single were women by far. I think it was like 2/3 women. And she says, they had the conversation about race and like how essentially, racism in the dating scene and how essentially, Z, you're gonna say it. These non-black men ain't checking for black women, no matter how professional or how well they're doing. Hey, Chrissy. And by the way, she didn't use those exact words, but that's what she was trying to say. Listening to Yanni and Chrissy and Paris and all of these Shira 7 and all of these people talk, Princella, you have to ask yourself if they're not all delusional. Okay, fine. Yanni said being delusional is good, according to Demetrius. But when you listen to them speak, you have to ask yourself, in what country, on what planet, in what era are they living in? Median household income is $74,000 a year. Let's say 75. Huh? Black women have a wealth of $5. Single black women and single Latina women have the least amount of wealth in the US. Huh. Right? Online says, thanks for putting that second link up. I'm enjoying that conversation. Yeah, thought crimes, they're a couple. I've been following them before they even got together, right? So yeah, Sincere Ignorance and Prince Solomon, yeah, no, they're funny, even when you disagree with them. They're cool as a fan. They're cool as hell, right? Prince is hysterical. Sincere is a funny black woman. Like yeah. Those are the people you wouldn't mind sitting in the back of a house and like drinking and chilling and talking about whatever and making fun of each other. Like they're cool as hell, right? So yeah, no, I've been following them forever. When I say forever, like easily a decade, easily, right? So yeah. Anyway, back to the topic at hand. So this I said it yesterday. This Kendrick Lamar and Drake beef is bigger than rap, right? It's bigger than rap. Angry Man says something along the lines of like, y'all listening to this for the character assassination of Drake. And I say, and the problem is, if Drake has a character to assassinate, if he has questionable tendencies, if he has skeletons in the closet, that information is either being presented to Kendrick Lamar, not of his own volition, or even if let's say Kendrick is the one that's paying for the information, and we just don't know it. And the problem is what now? If more and more of the hip hop audience want Drake out of here, what's the problem? Angry Man, I thought you were a conservative, bro. I thought you didn't care about fairness. What's the problem? Huh? If black men, the creators of hip hop, want Drake the hell up out of here, the problem is what now? If the majority of black men, that's either black male entertainers, black male rappers, and the listening audience, black men, the tastemakers of hip hop, if they decided by 51% majority, or 99% majority that they want Drake the hell up out of here, and the problem is what now? Huh? And I just want to, like, I'm taking a tone, but I don't actually have a problem with Angry Man. But I want Angry Man to remember, brother, I was there when you and BGS were having that conversation about the Trump Biden election. I was there, remember? Angry Man, you keep on having these bad takes because you get emotionally invested in the outcome, and then you refuse to see reason, right? And even when you're on the wrong side of history, you continue to go. This is like this. I'm witnessing Angry Man. I'm literally witnessing it. This is like the third time, second time for sure that I remember. This is the same thing you did with the Biden and Trump election, right? Even though all the evidence was there, like, no, 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 no. Yes, right? Huh. So we just, I think, you know, as I said before, I don't think that human beings are really, individual human beings, better yet, are really truly capable of being objective. But there is a line where you're so biased that it blinds you. And speaking about biased, Angry Man mentions how, he was reading a comment and he mentions how that person and others are being biased. But the whole conversation, excuse me, the whole conversation is about our biases. We're talking about our opinions, what we like, who we like, and why we like that person. This artist, I like how they resonate with me. This lyric here, their upbringing, right? It could be something as simple. Shout out to Dre. I'm from Canada. He's from Canada. It's all bias. What? This is all opinion. This is all Z. You about to say the word feelings. This is all about feelings, right? This is all about feelings. I'm about to get to this in a minute. And Compassion says, AM, Angry Man, wears his insecurity on his sleeve. I'm sad to admit, can't watch him because of it. Secondhand embarrassment. And let's speak about that. Z, but I can't believe I'm about to have this goddamn conversation as a black man. Angry Man, this is about skin color, isn't it? I mean, you pretty much said it, so I'm not even reaching. I'm not even reaching. Yes, Angry Man, more and more black men have decided they want the mixed, light skin, small hat, um, you know, snow walker, white walker, better yet, out of the north. They want the white walker out of here. What's the problem? It's not fair because he's light skinned. You're conservative. I thought y'all don't do fairness. I can say that. You can't. Yes, Mr. Z just said that. Y'all don't do fairness. Y'all do power. What do they call it? Claytocracy? Right? Or something like that. Mr. Z probably mispronounced us like a mug. I'm pretty sure I did. Right? Yeah. So more and more rap that they want Drake out of here. He's doing too much sneak stuff in the background. Plus, he got, maybe he has members of his team that like to touch on kids. Get him the hell up out of here. And clearly, Drake has like zero zilch nada principles whatsoever, none. And so he's not going to say anything about it, and he's not even going to have the decency to kick the dude off his team. So they're getting him the hell up out of here. And the problem is what now? Huh? I would argue, Angry Man, as as a junior in this space, as respecting your position as an elder and a founding member of the Black Manosphere. You're far too invested in the skin tone of Drake. Yes, we make our color jokes and our shade jokes in the Black Manosphere. We joke around. Everybody has a good laugh about it, but we're not supposed to be like the ladies. I understand there's a lot of light skinned brothers, especially light skinned Xers, who feel slighted because Wesley Snipes said sit your $5 ass down. Of course, y'all still feel slighted about a movie from over 30 years ago, but okay. Right. And y'all want to get y'all lick back, and y'all still haven't been able to get it back in over 30 years. This ain't the one, Angry Man. This not it. Hope that Steph Curry keep on sweep. Hope that Steph Curry beats LeBron. That you can get it there, but not here. Nah, Drake, it's done, Angry Man, and you know it. In your heart of hearts, you know it, brother. You know it. It's done. It's done. It's done. Y'all are right. If there is a way that Drake can prove that he sent the mold to Kendrick, and this is some weird 007 FBI mission, right? Secret Service thing. Okay, if Drake can show that and prove that, like this whole idea of him having another kid, a daughter, was all some big conspiracy that he put out there to bait Drake. Okay, fine, right? Anything short of that, yawn, right? I would argue, Angry Man, as you as my elder, it's just a little too. You're just a little too far invested in Drake's complexion. Brother, I sat there and watched you in a previous stream say we're backing Kendrick because the black community is raised by single moms and we lack objectivity. Angry Man, brother, you reaching like Mr. Fantastic. Oh, that was a reach. What's so wrong about saying I'm riding with Drake come hell or high water? Mr. Z has no problem. Look, okay, fine. Let's take it out of music. Let's do cars. I am an automobile head. And my favorite car company is Nissan. Nissan Infiniti. Nissan's been producing pretty crap cars and been pretty uninspiring and boring. And it looked like I think they just filed for bankruptcy a little while ago. And I'm still riding with them. It don't have nothing to do with being rational. Shout out to General Tito. General Tito, I was watching a stream of his and he said something about GM and when GM was producing crap cars, and he's a GM head and he owned it. He owned it. Right? I ride with Nissan and I own it. I'm a JDM head. I prefer JDM cars, but there's definitely some muscle cars that if Mr. Z was to win the lottery, Mr. Z would definitely be one of those people like 30 cars. If Mrs. Z was to win like that 200 million, $300 million Powerball, you better believe I'll have muscle cars and Euro spec in there. But I tend to go for JDM. I will admit that for a little while, Toyota was making some of the most reliable, boring cars ever. It's okay to admit it. Dear Angry Man, it is okay to admit I am biased and I don't give a F. This is where I am with it. Right? It's okay. I understand that we're trying to distinguish ourselves and delineate ourselves from women, but that doesn't mean you don't get to have an opinion and stand on it and say, I don't care. I'm not trying to be rational logical right now. And plus, this is all opinion based anyway. How can you be objective about art? What? Right? Right? Huh. Angry Man, I would argue right now you're on the wrong side of history. Kendrick dropped Euphoria after, no, not Euphoria, I'm sorry. He dropped 616 after Drake dropped Family Matters. Or was it Meet the Grams? Mr. Z, you still saying it wrong. He dropped Meet the Grams after Family Matters. There you go. There you go, Mr. Z. And guess what? Family Matters has a whole music video. Meet the Grams does not. And Meet the Grams is outpacing Family Matters. Now, we understand we're judging art here, so the numbers shouldn't be the ultimate say in how we value this. I agree. I agree. But we should take note of the fact that Kendrick, with his Not music video song, dropped 30 minutes after Drake, the bigger, more well-known artist, drops his music video, a whole music video where he crushes a van that it's the same type of van. It's not the exact same van, but the same type of van from Kendrick's debut album, Good Kid, Mad City, or his big album, right? That music video, a whole music video, is being outpaced by Kendrick's song without a music video, even though Kendrick dropped it as a response and after Drake. Once again, Drake being the more global, well-known artist. Huh. That's saying something, Angry Man. That's not just single mom raised black men that are being biased, which I don't understand why that would be a problem here. But once again, this is not just single mom raised black men that are being biased, and that's why they're, more in support of Kendrick. Kendrick is simply a better lyricist. He's more eclectic, and he's willing to put certain things on the line for the money. Drake, who has had a longer, more storied career, has not done that. Period. In his entire hip hop career, you have not seen him do that. Conceptual albums, something different, no cookie cutter formula. There's a reason for that. It's okay, Angry Man, to just own it, brother. It's okay. Like I said, I'm a Nissan head. I watch Hyundai and Kia come and take the Japanese car market's lunch, particularly Nissan. I watched Hyundai get a controlling share of Kia, and now they have Genesis also. Genesis is eating Infinity's lunch and Acura's lunch, to be honest with you. And I still ride with Nissan and Infinity. It's okay. Right? I don't have to say, well, I'm doing it because, look at these features and they're superior in this way. No, that's just what I like. And it doesn't need to be objective, because we're not doing facts and figures and numbers here. Right? It's okay. I'm going to address this in a minute, Leon, because I agree with this, by the way. And Leon says the left loves rap beef a little too much. Z, I believe the views are up against the protests to keep it 100. I agree. There's a tinfoil hat part of me. As a matter of fact, I kind of said this to my, not even kind of, I said this to my girl, which is like, this is a very convenient time for this beef to be happening, particularly seeing that much of the anti-Zionist and Mr. Z is being careful here, protests was young black college students, and they were making a wave, and like pretty much everybody's like back on their phones and enjoying this because obviously it's entertaining. So yeah, we'll talk about it because I agree with you. By the way, the tinfoil hat part of me, which I don't even think I'm that far off. I don't think we really off with that, to tell you the truth. Right? Huh? Right? To Angry Man, I said you accuse Kendrick supporters of trying to force a win for Kendrick, and you're right. And the problem is what? Huh? A win off of skill because Kendrick is better. And the problem is what? Better you. You see what I'm saying? Better you says, is it a conspiracy if it's true? I'm saying, right? Huh. So like, okay, the Kendrick supporters are trying to force a win. Where in the world do you back a person, a product, a thing, whatever it is, an idea, and you don't try to force a win? What? Where, in what endeavor on planet Earth do you not try to push forward what you think or who you think is the better option, is the most correct, is on the right side of history? What? I don't even understand. I don't even understand how that's like a negative. The Kendrick supporters are trying to force a win. Yes? What? I don't even know how to respond to that without saying, okay, and the problem is, right? And discuss it. This is the only channel I listen to for rap beef. Don't listen to me, discuss. I'm not as well versed as some of the Exo brothers and the brothers that know all the beefs in hip hop history. Who won? Know the numbers, know the album sales, know lyrics of backwards and forwards and up and down. No, I know enough. I don't know all of it, right? I definitely wouldn't want to do a lyrical battle when it comes to hip hop and rap against Angry Man, right? I'm saying for this Kendrick and Drake beef in particular, I'm responding to Angry Man as my elder by tugging on his coattails and saying, "Brother, are you sure about this? Because this is the same thing you did with Donald Trump. Are you sure about this?" I'm actually attempting to keep whatever credibility Angry Man has, to keep him to have him salvage it and keep it, because it's important, brother. We can't know you as Angry Man and you speak about objectivity all the time, and how biased we are and how our opinions are formed like our mamas, and yet people don't trust that when you are emotionally invested in an outcome, people don't trust that Angry Man is going to give them a take that comes off, you know, genuine. Huh? I will concede that I think that they want to get. I will concede that I think these rappers want to get Drake out of here. That some of that is informed by jealousy. But if you listen to some of the other artists, they're mentioning Lucian Grange. They're mentioning them rigging the numbers and rigging the game in Drake's favor. That this is bigger than rap, or at least this individual rap beef between Kendrick and Drake, right? They're mentioning AI. being involved in this and what we will allow to be ushered in through the door of hip hop. And for those of us that always wanted to see hip hop actually stand up for something, please, God, for once, other than the money. For those of us that were here for starring them to be speaking about a hip hop council, for those of us that we always wanted there to be a table, shout out to the Roger Report and Perfect Timing, a cool table of hip hop where the elders decide what's in and out. And we're watching kind of, sort of, maybe, possibly a teeny tiny bit of that. And for us to say, no, 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 because we don't like who they're trying to get up out of here. And let's be very clear, they can't really get Drake out of here. All they can do is discredit him and show him for the fraud that it's looking more and more like he is. Huh? So if Drake is what many of us see him as, which is even more exaggerated and worse than other rappers throughout history who we knew was lying. That's not your life. If Drake took that and gave it steroids, and he's hopping from trend to trend, not even just with black Americans, but with black Brits, black Canadians, black people from the Caribbean, and there's a number of people that say, yeah, let's get him the hell up out of here. What's the problem? Is it that we have a problem with them doing that? Or is it that we have a problem with who they're doing it to? Huh? And if we have a problem with who these rappers are deciding to get up out of here, then why do we have a problem with who they're deciding to get up out of here? Which, once again, they can't really actually get Drake out of here. What they can do is, like you said, and I agree, character assassinate him. That way, when you listen to Drake, you know you listen to Drake in spite of him maybe condoning child predation. Mr. Z, could you get the word out correctly? No, I can't. I messed up already. Predation. There we go. Jesus Christ. Right? Right? You will be listening to Drake knowing that he came in the door. Everybody thought that he wrote his own songs, and then you find out he got ghostwriters, and then you find out not just a single ghostwriter, dude got teams. Then you find out he's even less principled than a lot of other rappers, and that bar is in hell. Right? Then you find out he's behind the scenes trying to ban people and trying to get songs taken off the radio. What? So yes, they will not be able. The suburban kids that listen to Drake will still listen to Drake. The women that listen to Drake will still listen to Drake because they don't care anything about that. They listen to him for the vibe anyway. So there's no really getting Drake out of here. The most you'll do is have people listen to Drake in their car when nobody else is in there because we done turned Drake into Ja Rule, and that's not going to happen. For people to feel shame that they actually listen to him. Huh? So I think that's what I'm attempting to say is I understand. I get it, angry man. I get it. But brother, even the way you're attempting to explain your biasness, and it's, by the way, it's okay to be biased. This is literally art that we're speaking about. It's okay to have an opinion based off of nothing except, okay, that's the person I like. We don't have to pretend to be objective, right? Not on this subject, at least. Huh? So For those of you, y'all check out Angry Man, the link in the description up. The links in the description. I have Angry Man and I have Thought Crimes, and shout out to all of them. Um, and I don't have no real problem with Angry Man. What I'm saying is, Angry Man, I watched you do this before, though. You were so invested in a particular outcome, you couldn't see the forest through the trees. So either you knew better, but you still were hoping against all hope. And I'm speaking about the Biden versus Trump election of 2020. Or you actually thought that there were some ballots that were somewhere in the ocean somewhere. That the Biden people beat out, well, better yet, the Trump people beat out the Biden people, but the Biden people were able to hide votes. And I'm not saying that's impossible, but at least they didn't prove that this time around in 2020. And I'm watching you do that again for something way more minor in the Drake Kendrick beef. This is a hip hop beef. This is not like an election. This is a hip hop beef that's been brewing for at least a decade. It's not that serious. But as I said, I think, Angry Man, you're far too invested in the outcome because of complexion. And I thought that's not what we do here in the Black Manosphere. Right? I thought that's not what we do here in the Black Manosphere. Right? Like, this is sounding too Chrissy-ish for me. Right? I'm not even gonna say Rosita Strober. This is sounding way too Chrissy for me. Like I gotta take a shower after this. Right? And you would, in a different world, if it wasn't for complexion, I don't see Angry Man riding with Drake over Kendrick. Not big beard hip hop Angry Man. Not anti-suit wearing Angry Man. Not listening to the lyrics ass Angry Man. There's no way in another world that Angry Man supports Drake over Kendrick. In no way. In no other world. It's the world where Angry Man is lighter skinned or lighter complected and Drake is mixed light skin. That's the world where Angry Man supports Drake over Kendrick. Somebody tell me I'm lying. Right? Someone tell me I'm lying. Oh, is it because and once again, please, I am begging the Black community to stop doing this, where you mock and insult other Black people, pro-Black, as an insult to get at other Black people. Could we stop doing that, please? Right? So now we mocking Kendrick because he makes pro-Black music and he's such a hypocrite and look at his wife and what? Dear Black Manosphere, look, man, as a person that could sniff out the hypocrisy from a million miles away from the ladies, I want y'all to understand we're making the same arguments as the women are. Mr. Z is starting to cringe. We're making the same arguments as the ladies. Kendrick's supposed to be so pro-Black, but look at his fiance. And why did he marry her yet? Are you ninja serious right now? Do y'all realize that's literally what the women are saying or would be saying? Oh my God. So y'all making the argument that, well, if he was really this goody two shoes man, then he would have been married her. And if he was so pro-Black and it was so blacker than berry, sweeter than juice, Then why does his wife look like that? Why does his fiance look like that? Y'all gotta be careful how y'all frame these things. Y'all gotta be careful how y'all frame these things, man. Right? So I'm checking out this back and forth, and what did Mr. Z? I said it from the jump. Oh, this is bigger than rap. This is bigger than hip hop. And it got confirmed with me with Ross calling Drake white boy, and then once I saw the interview with Kanye, and then I heard his version of like that, and he pretty much said, "Oh yeah, we pack him up, get him the hell up." I said it. Oh no, this is bigger than rap, or this is bigger than just a rap beef. This is about music. This is about culture. This is about the face of hip hop. Oh, this is way bigger than just quote unquote more conscious. I'm not calling Kendrick a conscious rapper, but a more conscious Kendrick, darker skinned, darker complected rapper versus Drake, the white walker out of the north, the mixed guy, right? This is bigger than that. The kind of poppy rapper. No, this is way bigger than that. Right? Huh. And Lion says, I didn't like K Dot's take on calling Drake a misogynist. Yeah, me neither. Me neither. To be honest with you, yeah, me neither. Right? Huh. So even when we disagree with each other, especially in the public eye, we have to be careful of our framing. Right? We have to be careful of our framing. Huh. These people are they're talking. These rappers are letting you know what's going on behind the scenes. And I agree. I don't think a lot of these people ever rocked with Kendrick. I'm not Kendrick, sorry. Rocked with Drake. I've been said that. I could smell that years ago. That people rock with Drake because he's the cash cow. And he's the cash cow because he don't say nothing. He's the light-skinned brother. Y'all want to talk about pandering. That panders to the ladies. That ain't gonna challenge no establishment, nothing. And Kendrick's right. He's not like us. And I'm saying that as a non-ADOS, non-FBA black man born and raised in America. He's not. And you would think Angry Man would see that, but there's something that's more pressing to him than all of these other extenuating circumstances, all these other factors. Complexion. Right? And I would argue that's blinded him. Because in no other world do I see Angry Man riding with Drake over Kendrick. Right? Huh. As I said before, Drake has a lane. That's why he's doing numbers. Drake is doing numbers. Yes. Radio manipulation. Yes. Absolutely. Ain't nobody. I'm not even gonna pretend like that's not a thing. It's a thing. All you Drake supporters just admit it. It's a thing. But also because Drake makes easily digestible music. I've been saying that. Right. That's why I keep on saying Mos Def should have stood on what he said. Shopping music with an edge. And he's touched so many subgenres of hip hop that if you want chopped and screwed Texas Drake, you can find him. If you want Caribbean dancehall Drake, you could find him. If you want to find UK rap and grime Drake, you could find him. If you want to find Canadian rap Drake, you could find him. If you want to find Atlanta sipping on lean, right? Drake, you could find him. If you want to find South Beach, palm trees, beach weather Drake, you could find him. If you want to find borderline mob ties Drake, you could find him. If you want to find West Coast YG mustard on the beat Drake, you could find him. What's her name? Kamaya. You want to? Well, actually, they did do a song together. Actually, YG, Kamaya, and Drake. They actually do. Yeah, they actually do have a song together. Well, there you go. Right. So, of course, as a person who's done kind of touched all of these kind of subgenres of black music, particularly hip hop, these little subgenres of hip hop over the past 15 or so years, right? Of course, he's been able to build a supporter base of many people that don't actually listen to rap and hip hop, but they listen to Drake, right? And Spainman says Drake wants to be taken seriously, but also wants to make ringtone rap and twerk music. You can't do both. I think Drake really resents not. I think Drake know he's doing numbers. I think obviously he knows he's platinum plat, right? But he's still not fully accepted, and I think he resents that. Y'all let me know if I'm reaching or if I'm projecting onto Drake. I think I've always realized that about him. I think I've even more recently, even before the rap beef, realized that Drake still feels a certain way that he's still not embraced in a certain way. I think he resents that, right? And no, I don't think it's just a skin color or racial makeup thing, because I don't think that applies to a T.I. or a Redman or a J. Cole. I don't think that applies to them, right? Huh, right? Huh. So I think this is bigger than rap, as I said before. I think Angry Man is far too invested in the complexion. Like we make jokes, right? Mr. Z's gonna make some jokes when I pull the pattern up. We make jokes, but I think like Angry Man really is like invested in like Drake winning as a representation of light skinned black men, racially diverse black men, whatever the hell that I just said. Not just being a participant in hip hop and rap, not just being notable rappers, but being the face of hip hop in its current iteration, right? It's crazy that it's crazy that Angry Man just overlooks that. And Dusty Bryant says Drake really told you what he thought about our people with his slave bars. It's crazy. Like y'all could call it the fake woke and whatever. Drake said what he said. We got Iggy Azalea the hell up out of here for that slave master line, and we gonna let Drake slide? Huh? like it's look, black men, I get it. I want us to be careful not to, especially, and I'm really directing this to the conservative brothers, but to black men in general. Be careful about how far you want to go into that anti woke rhetoric. Be careful. Be careful how far you want to go. What are you willing to do and say to not come off quote unquote woke as a pejorative, as a negative? And how far are you willing to go? What are you willing to ignore to not align with someone that maybe more black women support? And I don't think that black women support Kendrick as much as y'all think they do. Right? Huh. And Kendra says, Z, you reaching Z. Agents of the machine don't care about respect from the culture when they get white fame and money. No, I agree with that actually. Because we've watched too many black artists, black people, black celebrities, black politicians. Once they get that white support and money and whatever, oh, it's to hell with what black people got to say. It don't matter if they came from black people, they came from the. We watch that. So what does it mean when you were raised by a white Jewish mother in Canada? Ooh, right? Huh. So I'm saying all of this to say, shout out to Angry Man. It's no hard feelings. Obviously, I'm the one who initiated, right? I don't say this because I'm, have any real issue with Angry Man. What I am saying is it's okay to be biased and own it. It's okay to have an opinion and own it. And it's okay if your opinion on an art form is not based off of anything except what you like. And Kendrick did say you can't 2C slide out of this one. And Leon says, and thank you for the super chat, we let Drake 2C slide out of that slave bar. Bruh. Right? So, you know, I, Drake's been doing numbers for forever, for a decade. He's been a staple in hip hop for over a decade. Um, I don't think that's necessarily a problem until Drake becomes hip hop. If y'all understand what I'm saying, right? Until Drake becomes hip hop. If he's your entryway into hip hop, that's a different conversation. But if you saying you don't listen to rap or hip hop, but I like Drake, that says a lot. That says a lot. That's like the white kids that say, "Oh, I don't really listen to rap or hip hop, but I like Eminem." And yes, that's a real thing. I think I said that the other day, and someone was like, "Oh, white kids don't be saying that." Yes, what? Yes, literally had it said to me in person in real life. I'm not joking. Kendra, I've been saying this, and Kendra says Drake is an actor who plays a rapper. I've been saying that for a decade, at least, and I've been saying that before I kind of fell off the Drake train. Right? Oh man, we got a Dr. T sighting. What's going on, Dr. T? And Dr. T says, and y'all listen to the good professor here. And Dr. T says, hit the like button, like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. Right? No, I didn't miss them. I didn't miss them, Leon. I didn't miss them. I just want to read yours first. And Leon says, I think you missed my other super chat. I didn't miss the other super chats. They're here. They're here. Right? Man. So this is, to me, this is bigger than rap. And I look, Mr. Z got to pat himself on the back for this one. I'm gonna hit y'all with all top of, I told you. But I said it, didn't I? Didn't I say it from the jump? Oh, this is bigger than rap. I knew it was bigger than hip hop because now we're talking about culture. Now we're talking about the low key. We talking about ADOS, FBA. I wouldn't be surprised if one of Kendrick's people in his team listens to Tariq Nasheed or knows Tariq Nasheed. I wouldn't be surprised if Kendrick met Tariq Nasheed before, right? And Passport OG says Drake is a product. He is target. I think you meant to say rap. He is target rap. Hysterical. I see you drawing from the Most Def line. This is a good one. And Kendra says we're talking about delineation. Ooh, I like that. I like that. Yep. Yep. Right. No, he didn't say FBA. He didn't say FBA. But if you listen to the um, Not Like Us, you will hear certain things that kind of let you know he's not of us. Right. He's not of us. And I think that is a line in the sand that we're going to have to come to terms with. A lot of us that have a somewhat different upbringing, we come from a different background than ADOS FBA. I think that line is a subtle line in the sand, right? I think it's a subtle line in the sand. I don't think it applies to me, but honestly, I would be okay if it did. I said it. I said it. Right? It is a subtle line in the sand. Hey, bro, this man playing with slavery. And for all of my subbies, y'all know Mr. Z cringes every time somebody plays down slavery or Jim Crow, including other black people. Right? And for Drake to say that, hey man, yo, small hat side is showing Drake. You know, so either your small hat side is showing, or Yachty and whoever you have is ghostwriting for you went way too far in trolling. And didn't Yachty grow up in the burbs too? Oops. Y'all got to be careful where y'all go to troll. What y'all are willing to say to troll other black people. Black people, y'all got to relax. Y'all got to relax. I hear way too many black people saying all type of outlandish things to get a rise out of other black people, to insult other black people. And playing with slavery and Jim Crow is one of them. Minimizing it and its impact is one of them. Oh, Detroit, you ain't know Yachty was one of the ghostwriters? Yep. Oh, I got to read this one now, too. And Stack or Starve says, so who decides? Better yet, let's read that again. So what decides who wins this then, Mr. Z? I don't know. I'm going to just be 100% with you, Stack. I don't know if we'll have a clear knockout blow song. I think we go back into our silos and say our guy won. Whoever you tend to side with. If you're neutral, then you say, no, I just like the sparring. But for many of us that are already, like, we have our biases on our sleeves, we'll just profess that the person that we support is the person that won, and there you go. Anything short of a total knockout. And I don't know what a total knockout from Drake to Kendrick's look like, or a total knockout from Kendrick to Drake looks like. Right? And Lemmy says Kendrick Kendrick also has used Hebrew Israelite talking points in the past. Yes. Right? Better you. That's because he's one of your fellow Carolina dudes. That's why you're saying that. But Better Use is, and I've seen this comment too, and Better Use is, J. Cole won this beef. Hysterical, right? Absolutely hysterical. And let's finally read this. And Detroit says, quick question. Did LL Cool J ended Cannabis career? I think he was one of the reasons why cannabis didn't become as large, pause, as large as he could have been. Right? But that's something you would have to speak to the extra brothers in the room about, right? Because I was there, but I wasn't there. I was a kid, right? Huh. So this back and I said it. Let's just see how often they're gonna say I said it. I'm gonna say it a million times. I said it. This was bigger than rap because it's bigger than rap. I don't want us to get distracted from these goddamn interest rates. It was going on in Ukraine and the land of the small hats, we'll say. I don't want us to get distracted from that. And Detroit says, didn't J. Cole apologize? Yes, he did. Don't miss the joke, Detroit. What they're saying is J. Cole won because he didn't. He's catching strays, but he's not getting hit up the way Kendrick is, and definitely the way Drake is. He bowed out. I wanted to say gracefully, but the internet won't let him, and Kendrick and Drake won't let him bow out gracefully. But he bowed out, attempting for it to be a bow out gracefully, because he knew it was going to get ugly, and it got ugly. So they're saying J. Cole is the one who won because he gets to go to sleep at night without having to worry about waking up to a diss track. Right? And Truth Teller says cannabis didn't have club bangers, that's why he fell off. Right? Man. And Detroit, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. And Truth Teller answered your question. And Tampa Bong said, I saw my current MC apologize. Shout out to J. Cole. Look, man, J. Cole said, I said this the other day. I meant it. J. Cole didn't want to be called a white boy. I don't think they could have went. So if it was J. Cole beefing against Ross and all of them, I don't see Ross calling J. Cole a white boy. I don't see that. Right? Especially when you consider Gunplay, who is part of Rick Ross's team, is lighter skinned than Cole. So I don't see Ross calling J. Cole a white boy because he picked a side, right? He's not. I don't see J. Cole as being racially conflicted or trying to play the fence. And then you can look at his wife, right? So yeah, no, I don't see that. But I think Cole decided, hey, bro, I'm going. I want to have peaceful nights. I don't want to be called a white boy, right? I don't want people digging in my closet and finding out what side chick I have, what mistress I have, right? What my friends are getting up to that I may or may not approve of, or I may or may not know, right? Yeah. So yeah, I I think Cole. If Cole didn't put out that initial diss song, I think he would have been straight. It's that he put out that initial diss song and then retracted, right? But definitely at this point, yeah, it's looking like he made a way smarter move than people thought, right? Huh. And this got ugly. And if I put my tinfoil hat on, I'm not gonna lie to y'all. I think Cole got a phone call like, "Hey, we're not trying to shoot at you. Move out the way." If I put my tinfoil hat on, if we're gonna go into theories and conspiracies, I think Cole got a phone call and said, "Move the hell out the way. This is not about you." Right? Huh. Y'all let me know what y'all think about that. But when I put on my tinfoil hat, I think Cole got one of those calls that was like, "Hey, bro, move out the way, please." Not even a please. Move out the way. This is not about you. Get out the way. He's trying to use you. Get out the way. Move. We trying to do something here, and you in the way. It's not about you, right? And once again, Temple Bong, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. And Leon says, and thank you for the super chat. But Kendrick said, complexion two-step. Complexion don't mean a thing. It's a Zulu love. Oh, complexion two-step. It all feels the same. Huh. You're going to have to explain this when you get up here, Leon. Well, you're going to have to explain this a little bit. But do I think this has anything to do with skin tone? Yeah, yes. I just don't want us to become like the women. I just don't want us to do the whole dark skin, light skin thing outside of jokes. And I'm saying that once again as a safe medium brown brother that does not pass the brown paper the brown paper bag test. I don't pass it, but I'm unassuming brown, right? But they say medium brown. I'm safe medium brown, but we can't look, man. We can't look at the ladies with their conversation about colorism, and some of us mock it, and then turn around and do the same thing. I'm just saying, huh? And Better You says, Z, I've heard rumors Cole and Kendrick talked. There was some skirmish at Dreamville between his folks and Kenny prior to going on. Him squashing it was him stopping everything in its tracks. Okay. Okay. Right. Huh. All right, that already. Let's read this. And Detroit says, did you hear about DL Hughley? And thank you for the super chat. And Detroit says, did you hear about DL Hughley's recent interview with Willie D? No, I'll check it out. And shout out to I Am Waffles. He said something to me about a Juicy speaking on the bear versus man thing. And I looked for it, but I didn't see anything. So, and I checked my email. I didn't see if he sent the link to me or not. But yeah. Yeah, so and Kendra says dark skin, light skin nonsense is pure white supremacy op talk talk and off code. Okay, it's op talk and off code, yes. Unity or nothing. Agreed. Oh, okay. Yes. And Leon says the song Complexion is from Lamar's album Pimp a Butterfly. I told y'all I listened to the details. Yes. Right. So yeah, no, I for the enjoyment of hip hop, I think this beef is interesting and fun. If it stays as just lyrics, and doesn't turn into violence, I think this is a positive for hip hop, especially over the past couple of years. It's been kind of yawn, and I think that's what makes hip hop unique from other genres. Is that you might have heard back in the day about some rock band that got into a physical altercation with the other rock band behind stage, right? Or you hear about them not liking each other. Or you hear, oh, he stole this riff from me, or right? Or this sounds a whole lot like a remix version of my lyrics from this song. But no, not in in hip hop. No, you hear it on wax, right? So let's pause right here. Let's have Better You up. Better You, your whole name showing. I don't even know if you wanted it that way. You want me to put you back down so you can fix that, or you just gonna leave it?
It's all right.
Okay. What's going on with you?
Nothing much, man. How you doing, bro?
Good, good. What does my Carolina brother have to say about his Carolina brother saying, you know what? On second thought, I'm gonna
So
just bow out.
honestly, this whole thing from the beginning, I felt was gonna go and get nasty. I
Mm-hmm.
didn't know it was gonna get this nasty. But these types of allegations that's coming out here, man, is it's wild. And I really see it as one of two things. At best, when this is all over, it's kind of like at the end of Cole's song Firing Squad, where
Mm-hmm.
basically he does a little monologue at the end, and it's kind of like he's talking like it's the end of a war. He's like, "Yo, I'm gonna snatch the crown from whoever you thinks has it, and then
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna smash it." Like I really do think it's gonna be one of those things because I don't think Drake is gonna just bow out gracefully and go on and do whatever. I think he's gonna come back with something. And
Yeah,
this is the thing with rap beef too. Niggas lie. So I don't think anybody him out of him and Kendrick, I don't think they come out of this unscathed.
I agree.
And with that being said, one of the reasons why I say Cole won is because exactly what you said. Like, hey, look,
Mm-hmm.
at the end of the day,
Mm-hmm.
I ain't got no extra kids popping up. I'm beating my wife,
Yeah.
whatever. Like, I
Right.
ride my bike. I
Right.
eat I eat my food from Sprouts.
Right.
I love my kids and I go home.
So in other words, Cole is gonna do what Mao was trying to do if there was ever a war between the Soviet Union and the US. So much of the reason why the population of China, which was always large, boomed under Mao is because he said we need to have enough kids that if the Soviet and the US start launching nukes at each other, we will have such a large population that enough of us would have survived that as Chinese. And what you're saying is Cole said they're gonna start launching nukes. I'm gonna move back and I'll just take the crown and decide what I want to do with it after the fact.
Yeah. Because
Yeah,
even with
yeah,
the
yeah. I agree.
whole thing, like with the retraction, him and Kendrick, they talked soon after he released that little mixtape project of his. And I don't know what was said per se, but it was said that at least according to like the little rumor site that I went to, that they was good. It's like,
Okay.
we understand and we on one accord. We ain't no real beef. But at
Mm,
Greenville, like some of those other artists like Boz and all those other guys got into it with some artists that were affiliated with Kendrick.
yeah.
And it was like they felt like something could have really popped off. So J. Cole went out there and he said what he said in part because he was like, I don't want any confusion about this at all. Like, this is where I stand. Like, this is not me versus him is not a thing.
Yes. I think that's a good thing. If I put my tinfoil hat back on, he took the air out the room for Drake on that one.
Mm-hmm.
He took the air out the room for Drake because it's like I'm not gonna be your crash test dummy playboy. No, go you talk all this. Go box.
Yeah.
Here's your gloves. Go box. Ain't gonna be no 2v1. No, go box. Here you go. Right. It's not gonna be a 2v1, or even if it was gonna be more than a 2v1, it's not gonna be us two versus Future, Metro, Ross, Kendrick, Rocky. Right? No, we're not gonna do that. So yeah,
And the
yeah,
thing
yeah,
to
yeah,
keep
yeah.
in mind too is if you listen to first person shooter and everything,
Mhm.
like that's exactly how it feels like Drake is maneuvering and positioning Cole. It's like
Yeah.
he's the shield for me. You know what I'm saying? He gonna do the heavy lifting, and I'm gonna be able to, I'm artillery support. I'm behind the lines. I'll drop a few
No,
bombs, but you do
no,
the heavy work.
no, no. Let me say it like a Florida dude would say: "Ain't no shield, bitch. ain't no shit. Ain't no shit. Ain't nope, nope. Go ahead. Here you go. Here's your boxing shoes and your boxing gloves. Go handle that. The hell, y'all been making subs at each other for a decade. Nope. It's time. It's time for it to finally go down. Right? Ain't no sneak dissing. Ain't no, not anymore. We watched these dudes sneak diss each other for a decade.
Yeah,
Right?
I
No,
mean
who's the
that's the
king of the
crazy
hill?
part.
That's all it is. Go ahead.
That's the crazy part. That like
Hmm.
a decade strong, and it's kind of like you kind of just expect it to keep going, but it's like, oh well, somebody finally jumped out the goddamn window.
Yeah. No, and again, I think Kendrick was ready. I think Kendrick took the past 5 years to clean up everything, to tie up loose ends, to get rid of leaks, to make sure his team was pretty much bulletproof. And I don't know if Drake. I know Drake probably thought eventually it would be a thing between them two. I don't think he was as prepared though.
So
Right.
this is my thing, and this is what I would do if I were Drake. I would take the next week or so. I'm gonna write 3-4 songs, and if I don't have anything on Kendrick, I'm gonna brainstorm the most salacious of lies that's believable. You laugh, but I'm so serious. Hey, like
this Negro buying kids and feeding them. Because he's already mocking slavery anyway. He's goes, this Negro buying kids and feeding them to alligators. You talking about, like you could come out, yeah. If he's gonna go all the way down evil lane and mocking things, then he might as well go all the way.
Yeah. I mean, like real talk. Like, hey, Kendrick he talking all this woke shit. He support this child labor and shit. Matter of fact, he's directly invested in the shit, visiting the factories, stop some shit up, man. Hey, right, man. Like if you gonna go there, go there.
Man, no, this is good. I mean, like, no, I mean, maybe he already did. Maybe he already did because do we know for sure? Like, okay, do we know for sure that Drake has a daughter? I've seen the pictures of people posting a young girl that I'm assuming people think is his daughter with a shirt of him on, by the way. And then also, so that's the Kendrick allegation. But then the Drake allegation is that Kendrick over here putting hands and feet on his fiance. So,
I'll be honest.
Mm-hmm.
I kind of believe it.
I
kind of believe it. It's believable, at least.
It's look, man. So when I heard it, I was like, I don't know, but I kept on thinking of a Corey Holcomb line when he said them short dudes be having to put, and I'm saying hands and feet, but he just said hands, and yeah, Corey said them short dudes, those little dudes be having to put hands and feet on their women because they women not scared of them. They women don't feel no threat by them, so they be having to show up. Like, and when I heard Drake say that, I thought about Corey Holcomb's joke. And Kendrick is a 5'5" brother, and like his lady is kind of cute. So it's possible. It's possible that she might have stepped out on him and he took her back, but he had to handle some business.
All I'm saying is everybody I know that's like 5'5" adjacent. They got that.
We're not gonna make heightism jokes. We ain't gonna do it. But no, I hear you. Hey, they gotta get you to believe them somehow.
Hey, man.
Right? What's going on, Compassionate?
What's up, bro?
What's up with you? What you think about this whole thing?
Man, I just saw some shit that Drake's camp reported that the daughter shit was a fabrication. I think it said, quote. So we're gonna see as the story unfolds.
So this is so what makes this whole conversation to me interesting is not just the hip hop beef. We've seen hip hop beefs here and there. This is the most interesting one in a while. It's everything around it, surrounding it. And as a matter of fact, we got to get into like the tinfoil theory had of like, this is really a distraction because I'm actually with it. I'm with you on that one. I actually agree. But no, it's all the surrounding conversation, right?
Yeah.
Culture, heritage, vampires, essentially. Adults messing with kids. All of it.
Cultural appropriation.
Trafficking, right? Underage trafficking, all of that. So all of the other important parts of this conversation to me is where the conversation really should be. bro, because if you are a multi-platinum selling, world-known artist, why is your team so shaky, bro?
Mm,
Why is your
mm.
team so shaky?
Yeah,
Right?
Drake is definitely starting to give like we are. You've said it
Breaking up, bro.
a couple times now. He's clearly like back ways like Drake. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Now we
Yeah,
can. Go ahead.
Am I breaking up still?
No, you coming through now.
Yeah. No, Drake's definitely giving like industry plant vibes now. And I've always liked Drake, but at this point, I'm starting to like, you just rattled off all the genres he basically has penetrated, and that shit wasn't really organic. It's not organic, and
That was my point. Yep.
Yeah, and it's definitely starting to feel contrived. And like you said, the timing of this shit is definitely like you said, 10-4 Koofy time. But
right?
the timing of it is definitely suspect. Yeah, I mean, I'm really just seeing what's next, like how it's gonna play out. I don't know how far they can keep going with this shit, you know.
And for me, it's also the thing with Drake, and I think he represents a lot of people that think like this. I think our society pushes us to be amoral. It talks a good game about morality and having a moral compass, or it insinuates that in your upbringing, but everything about our society pretty much tells you to get to the bag, you'd have to drop all that morality thing. But we're gonna tell you that you should have it. But we really don't mean it though. Right? We really don't mean it.
They cover it up with the word hard work. You know, hard work is very ambiguous.
Now, hard work sound like push your friend off the cliff for this money. That's what it sounds like.
Yeah, hard work can mean a lot of shit. You know, in America.
For real, hard work really means right, bro. Hard work means I'm a millionaire because I'm chipping off all the money I should be paying my employees. And I'm cutting them a couple dollars here, a couple dollars there. And so on the back end, I'm able to get all of this revenue. That's what hard work look like. The fuck? Cutting corners and stuff. So, thank you, better you. Exactly. Right. So exactly. No, that's and yeah, man, look, I'm outside of like this rap beef, I don't really have much negative to say about Drake. I do think Drake represents a very particular era in hip hop, and I wonder if that's ending, whether Drake ends or not, which once again I don't think he will. I think there's an era of
that's a question. What do you think? You think you can actually be like a top rapper? Like Drake is not like a pop star. Like Drake has to have his rap cachet, I think, to actually be an effective musician. I don't think his music.
I agree.
Like you can't. I think a part of being a hip hop artist is having the tie to hip hop and rap, like as far as and he's obviously leveraged that. I don't really see like you said earlier, if the whole rap game turned against him and say Drake's a lame and nobody want to fuck with him suddenly for some reason, can he really float? Can he really still, get the numbers he's doing and get without the features? Because he just kind of fucking rides the wave of all the new hot shit. If he can't do that anymore, how does he? Because he ain't. That's how he's been maintaining his status. Really, it's featuring on the right songs constantly and putting out halfway, feature full albums and shit. So it's like if he can't do that, I don't know.
In other words, if he can't ride the waves because other people said, "Yeah, you're toxic. I can't be featured with you. You have become Ja Rule. You are radioactive." So if he can ride the waves of other people or other subgenres of hip hop, what does that mean for him?
Like
that's a good question.
Like Meg Thee Stallion. Meg Thee Stallion is right on the cusp of like her career as far as being a rapper. Everybody not fucking
fizzling out.
Yeah, if the Tory Lane shit comes out and gets developed more, because you hear rumors swirling about his proof that she lied and all type of shit, and a lot of the artists don't really fuck with her apparently. Like Megan Thee Stallion, if she loses cachet, she can't float. Like you can't.
Yeah, but she doesn't have that. She doesn't have that time investment that Drake does. Number one. Number two, Meg Thee Stallion, you could tell she's a behavioral problem. I don't think that Drake is necessarily a behavioral problem. I think Drake is a product of Americana, right? Even though he was in Canada as a kid, I think Drake is far more American than we would like to give him credit for. He came here, he put his finger to the wind. He said, "Oh, these Americans don't care nothing about these, but about these numbers. They're amoral as crap. They're about their money. These women is loose. These Negroes are up for hire, right?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I know how to play this game."
And
especially as being
black,
an actor.
So I can say
yep.
And if I can say nigga, I can become a rapper. And
Thank you.
That's how he played it.
And that's how he played the game, right? And I'm not as racially ambiguous as Logic, so I can really play the game.
Right.
I actually think that if something happened to where he couldn't put out music anymore, I actually think he would move to the behind the scenes, because the one thing with Drake that I feel like everybody kind of glosses over, he does pick and he does ride a lot of new waves and whatnot. Yeah, exactly. But that in and of itself is a big skill, because there's a lot of people that I mean, we see it in sports all the time. How many teams get number 1 draft picks and pick the goddamn bust?
Exactly. Yeah, picking talent. So he can. Yeah.
Or he could just go back to acting. He can go back to acting now at a much higher level. Say that exactly at a much higher level than what we knew him to be when he was a child, right?
That's what he's doing now. That's the one thing that a lot of people don't like. But just because he's good at it, don't mean that he's real.
Yeah,
you don't have to. I mean, he's acting. The fact that he says nigga the way he does. He says nigga the way that Pecker was one.
And Rogus, you might be right, actually, because we were talking about him flipping through accents and shit, and that is some acting ass shit.
Yeah, he's a great actor. It's just that hip-hop doesn't come from acting.
Yeah, we resent acting. Yeah.
That's why. Shout out, because when you said that, I thought about Eazy-E calling them studio gangsters, but right. So
it's a long history of resentment.
It's true.
Fakers. Yeah.
That's why Kendrick was mocking him with the Crody lines and the fam, right?
Yeah.
So like that when he was saying Crody, which is but I think Drake, we can use him as a mirror right now, but I think he serves a particular purpose in a certain era of hip hop that may be coming to an end. I think that might be a reach with me even saying that, right? Yeah. But he
represents the gentrification of hip hop, like and like people used to say. I remember I used to hear that conspiracy theory, and like 100 years, they'll like Tupac will be white and shit.
Yeah,
he's like the beginning of that. If that was actually a strategy, that he would be the beginning of it. And like I said, I don't know if we can stop it at this. We let him be huge, and he's huge. So I don't like you said. Maybe this is a good thing. Kendrick and maybe rebalancing the force a little bit, but he definitely got the whole machine behind him, which means a lot in the music in the media industry.
So if you kill the cash cow, who's going to replace it?
It's not about the cash cow. The thing is, he'll put the power back to the people.
Only for a short time, but was that Tampa Bong that just said that?
Yeah, that's me, bro.
Yeah, Tampa. What's going on, Tampa? No, Tampa's question is real as hell, though, Rogish, because we throughout hip hop history, we've had 3 and 4 artists that's really doing numbers, but it's always been one that really stands out. Yeah. And over the past decade or so, well, it was Wayne for a short time, but now it's been Drake for a little while. What happened when Drake finally, gets out of here, whether it's organically or not? Who's next, right? And what
his AI.
I mean, and that's one of the arguments is that's really why they're really still holding on to him, so he can usher in this AI thing. But
hip hop has always traditionally been very, very competitive. So it's like we never had a shortage of a next nigga up. It was always somebody on somebody's ass because it's a very
hip hop was always cooperative largely. The competition.
Well, when I mean competitive, not in a negative sense. I mean like just it generates a lot because people are constantly developing because it's a very competitive, for lack of a better term, not in a negative connotation, but a competitive sport. It's a competitive art form.
But if saboteurs compete, then what happens to the match?
Exactly, because this stuff is going, to some boundaries. When you were writing personal letters to your the people's children and your parents, man,
Well,
I mean, that's something
no,
I have. I've been around
Vaseline was
for.
kind of personal too, though. I remember that.
Let me say this, and then I gotta let Temple Bond go in after this. Okay, I agree with Rogish, and I agree with you that there was always there's not gonna be a shortage of the next Negro up and et cetera, et cetera. What does that look like post Drake? What does the atmosphere look like post Drake? What does hip hop look like with social media, with the Paul brothers doing numbers, even though people watch their stuff to make fun of them and mock them? But what does hip hop look like post 6ix9ine, post Drake, post Malone, you see what I'm saying? Like that.
Yeah.
What does hip hop look like with what's this dude name the Country Road dude, his face is right there. The gay brother. What is his name?
Lil Nas X.
Yeah. What does hip hop look like? And like we said with Meg Thee Stallion, what does hip hop look like post Meg Thee Stallion and Nicki Minaj?
Well,
right?
you're never gonna get it post. You're never gonna get post that because the women are in charge of that.
Okay.
Not really the fans. They want to be hoes. They're gonna be hoes. I'm not trying to let y'all know. Y'all are not finna stop them from being hoes in no capacity. But post Drake, post all them other pilgrims. I think this is what Drake was for, like you said, to usher in AI. When he first came onto the scene, he sounded like AI Wayne to me before I heard any type of AI. He was a simple Wayne clone, but he was good. I didn't know who the fuck he was. Everybody else did from that show or whatever the fuck. And I'm watching, and it's like, yo, he's basically doing some chameleon shit because he's not of the culture. Okay, let's say his dad is, nigga, your dad is a black dude. You didn't get your black manhood. You got black dudism, Trey.
Say that. Wait, go into detail about that. Go into detail. Go into detail about that.
That's why he goes so hard with the N-word, man. Look, to him, it's a privilege. It's not a culture. It's not a historical linking. He uses it like a privilege. He uses it like he got a N-word pass.
And I think he uses it as a signal to say, "Look, I'm like you. I'm here. I'm like you guys too. Look."
Yeah.
And this is where Kendrick says, some things you just make you cringe, right? Like shout out to Kendrick, but no, I can see that. I can see that with Drake. I can definitely see that. But once again, that's when we get to pedigree, background, lineage, history. And I don't think Drake really appreciates that, which makes it easier for him to essentially call Kendrick fake woke, fake pro-black.
Yeah, is Drake?
Because he doesn't actually approve. Yeah, she's Jewish. She's small hat.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So he attracts a lot of.
Yeah, exactly. So he was raised by a small hat woman in Canada.
They not like us. They not like us.
Right?
They not like us.
And here's the thing too. Am I not mistaken? Did he not have a bar mitzvah also?
He did.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sure he did, yeah.
So understand something. You're talking about a mixed man raised by primarily his mother in Canada, not even in the U.S. In Canada.
I will give him that. If he was creating like a plant, you would definitely give. He got the best CV.
Compassionate just called this nigga a Manchurian candidate. That's what I just heard. That's what I just heard you say, Manchurian candidate.
You give him a black dad from Memphis so he can say nigga. He got the pass to say nigga and he can pretend to be black. And you give him a Jewish mom from Canada, which give him the international pass, and he's already plugged in with the industry small hats. You couldn't make up a better. You couldn't invent a better background story. So yeah.
And his response on Family Ties when he said I like black women and white women and all women in between. I'm like, if you don't get out of here with this goddamn all lives matter ass answer, this shit sound yawn.
Yeah.
Right. I did like the beat on it. I liked all three of the beats on it, and I think he was kind of witty and Family Matters wasn't a bad song. It wasn't bad at all. To me, it still didn't have anything on Euphoria, but it was an enjoyable song. I liked it. Right, that's definitely going on the iPod. But
from my position, my opinion of both of their, as far as the music, it's definitely like Kendrick to me and I'm not even like a super Kendrick fan. I'm actually probably more of a Drake fan than a Kendrick fan initially. But it's like I said this to my girl last night. Like it's like no spirit in Drake shit. And I can kind of feel the spirit in Kendrick shit. And it's not
Because
always
what does
better
Drake stand
bars
for?
and shit. Yeah,
I
like
get what you're saying.
Yeah.
What does he stand for? That is man. I'm so glad you said that, because that let me just ducktail right into what you're saying. What does what does I'm not Kendrick. What does Drake stand for?
Olive Garden, anyone?
Good
But you see why I
time.
said it, right? This is
Yes,
why I
sir.
said it. Like, what has Drake ever said? Like, okay, even Meek Mills and Currency were on a song called Black Man. I want to say with Quavo, years ago, right? This was kind of after the George Floyd thing. So these are rappers that you would think. I mean, like y'all know Currency make luxury kind of lifestyle hip hop. Quavo with the Migos. Even Meek
trap.
Mills, right? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And even they, pretty much.
Bro,
I want
Little
to say.
Baby has a pro-black song.
You see what I'm saying? So, and it's not even just it's a song about, like, it's not a starting from the bottom now we hear type joint, which is a club banger. No, all of these artists have an introspective song. They have a song about coming from the struggle. That's not just supposed to be a club banger. I want to say, like, as much as materialistic as some of these black rappers are, as whimsical as they can be, as obtuse as they can be, I can't think of one rapper that doesn't have not even just one song, a couple of songs sprinkled throughout their discography of saying something that it's really not about the money. Talking about the struggle.
Yeah, when you got a team of fucking ghostwriters, it's hard to fucking kind of put your thumb on how you actually personally feel about shit. And when you're a fucking Canadian, half of your family
and middle class,
and the other half is Memphis and black. Like it's hard. He don't know what the fuck's going on. He knows some tragic mulatto shit. The male
I got a question.
I'm gonna tell you. I just want to bring this up, man.
Go.
Drake to me is more like, the Olive Garden in America, right? Or one of those type of restaurants. Seriously, you put on the Drake song, it'll satisfy you for right now. Just like if you go to Olive Garden, it's nice. However, I live in the Philippines right now, y'all, and the Olive Gardens here in the Philippines are more like luxury restaurants because it's an American brand.
Yeah.
So I kind of tie that into like with Drake and with people outside of the culture, how they view Drake. Most people of the culture, we view Drake as, he makes some good music. He has some, he has some catchy lines. I mean,
he got some bumps, he got
some, when I'm out in the club, you know what I'm saying, turn on the Drake song, I know the hoes gonna dance and I'm gonna have a good time to it. And we keep that in that box right there. But everybody else outside of the US, outside of the culture, like they treat Olive Garden in China when I lived there, and how they treat Olive Garden here in the Philippines, they treat that shit as a luxury. And that's what Drake is for everyone outside of the culture. He's their luxury. So he's their pass. He's their pass. When Drake says the N-word, all those white boys are saying it right along.
Yep.
Oh, they which motherfuckers random passes.
Exactly, and that's what I was gonna say, and that is why they follow behind Drake and are more likely to support Drake, because Drake mocks Kendrick with this fake pro-black stuff and this Afrocentric stuff, and it's easy to sideline To Pimp a Butterfly when Drake sidelines it.
Yeah.
And Drake is quote unquote of the culture when we know he's really not.
That was basically his anti-woke statement.
Yeah.
So my question would be this. We talking about Drake not having certain aspects in his music, but given his background, like we're talking about struggle. Like, what can he really rap about? Oh, I was the only kid in the neighborhood without a pool. Like what can he like real talk? Like, I don't think he has any type of proximity to that.
I mean, he could have
rapped about his life in Canada.
I was going to say that. Yes,
he could have wrote about being a darker complexion person in Canada. How was life there? He could have went into all types of stuff if he was curious enough.
here's something that as a child of immigrants, I've said this, and shout out to my Nigerian brothers in the comments. You know why a lot of us don't? Because we know nobody cares about what we're talking about. Let me put ADOS and FBA on game. The reason why everybody try to imitate y'all story, and if they don't got a story to imitate, they'll try to fabricate it, or they try to get next to you, because we all know nobody trying to hear about what the hell we talking about.
No, it's not because of that. Because
exactly.
y'all know if y'all say too much, they'll send your ass back to y'all island.
No. Listen to me as a person.
What?
Listen to me as a trust me.
I think I understand.
We know that nobody wants to hear about the inner workings outside of maybe one or two songs. Nobody really wants to know about neo-colonialism in a francophone country on a rap song. No one wants to know about U.S. and French and Canadian involvement in Haiti on a rap song, right? Back in Wyclef's heyday, maybe he could put out one song speaking about that, right? Back in Wyclef's heyday, he could maybe put out one song speaking about that. But name her, please. So yeah, so so like that's. I would argue that's much of the reason why we follow behind ADOS when it comes to this, and we don't really speak about whatever. And plus, to be honest, what struggle really when you came to the US? Because then you're just gonna have to speak about being black. Okay, you're Nigerian descent. Exactly. You're Nigerian descent. You came to the US, and maybe you didn't come from the families that had some money. So your dad was a taxi driver, and your mom was a nurse, but she was in a whole RN, right? She was one of those like entry level nurses. Right. So y'all did Irish. Right. Nigga, that's still better than like the majority of ADOS. So like, what angle? What's the angle? I get what y'all are saying. What's the angle?
No, I get that.
And for Drake, as a lighter complected, half small hat, raised in Canada brother, there's certain things he could talk about: being bullied, he could talk about not fitting in, he could talk about being the only child, but then he kind of is in the same lane as Kid Cudi at this point. 80. Oops.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? Now you in Kid Cudi's lane. Yeah. Right? So whoops. Right. I mean,
well, the thing is the way that he plays the game, you can play the game like that, but you sacrifice. This is the whole thing with Kevin Hart's from here, right? Yes. From the culture. But everybody said the same thing. And then with comedy, that's really 100. Mm-hmm. You can have writers, but if you have cast that's writing the entirety of each one of your shows, like, wait a minute, cuz you live to the point to where you could fill something up. You could fill up a law letter book. You know what I'm saying? One of those yellow law books. Mm-hmm. You a life, a 1 year or a year and a half of life. Now add on traveling. Not add on different experiences. That's a very full fucking year. Yeah. It don't really take much. But if you playing the market game with it, and if it's just about the viewership, okay, now you go into the sciences, what keeps the asses in the seats. This particular joke and this particular, it's like, how much is culture and how much is the commodity?
Let me read this real quick. And Lemmy says, you're Nigerian, I'm Nigerian too. No, I'm Haitian descent, right? I'm Haitian. But
I think it's curious. That concept is curious because I think of like Buju Banton and
Buju,
Bob Marley, like guys from immigrant families or immigrants really, that came into the West in America specifically and made music careers. And spoke to, and I like Buju, and so when I listen to, and he's speaking from a Jamaican's point of view, and talking about the struggle, and talking about the West, and talking about, and from that I feel like there's people you can talk about, like if you were Haitian from Haiti, like even Kodak. Well, Kodak really doesn't talk about being Haitian, really,
not
as
really
much as he probably could. But like you said, I would listen to fucking Kodak's point of view. You know what I'm saying? I would really get
But here's
something.
the thing: Kodak is Americanized as hell. Y'all
Yeah,
haven't met
yeah.
Pompano Negroes yet. Ask Truth Teller. That's what. That
Yeah,
if y'all meet
I'll give
Pompano
you that.
Negroes, y'all be like, oh no, Kodak's American as hell. That you mix the thing with being black in South Florida is that it's largely obviously black American here still, but it has a lot of cultural influence with Jamaicans, Haitians, Bahamians,
Mm,
right?
yeah.
A little bit of Afro Latinos, right? From different countries. So there's a large influx of Trinis, right? That's Trinidadians. So you have a lot of black and black adjacent Caribbean culture that is mixed in with ADOS, and that's how you get a Kodak, right? So somebody's background, and that's how you get a
Not me.
Kodak, and yeah. So it's easy to if you're not from South Florida, particularly if you don't know Pompano, right? You'll be like, what the hell is what's the Kodak and how he talks and how he acts, and it's like, no, that's how them niggas act over there. He's not mocking Black American culture. Like that's that
He just
is
made
Black
himself.
American culture exactly. That is Black American culture mixed with Haitian culture in Pompano, right? And which is in Broward County, not too far from where Ace Hood is from, right? Ace Hood is also from Broward County. So yeah, so and XX Tentacion I think is was from Broward County also. So like yeah,
Um,
if you don't know, then you won't know. But go ahead, Nima, go ahead.
let's not forget, like 21 Savage is actually through his parents has British citizenship since his
Hmm.
family is from Dominica, not Dominican Republic, but
Hmm.
Dominica. There are still some islands under the British rule, like the
Hmm.
British half of the VIs,
Hmm.
the Cayman Islands, which we call Bermuda, all British nationals. So he's a British national to them, but he grew up here. People forget Biggie Smalls being Jamaican descent through his
Nobody
mother.
forgot that Biggie Small was Jamaican. No, Nima. Nobody. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh man, that was cold, Mr. Z. Oh, baby, baby. You just had to make me go there, didn't you? Anyway, um, only person
Let
I
me
could think
actually
of who could
address.
talk.
I'm sorry, Naaman. Let me actually address this real quick. I'm gonna let you go after this.
Okay.
And Kendra says, if that's true, Z, how do immigrants come here and talk down on us like we have no culture? Because where are they from? What class are they from? Oftentimes from their native country, right?
Higher
Most
classes.
come from
If you're
working
coming
class.
here from a upper class, but if you're coming here from upper class,
Hmm.
Haitian folks or Nigerian folks, you already have classism in your veins anyway. So ain't nothing
Yeah.
to look down on ADOS poor folks. And on the flip side, if you're coming here as a poor immigrant, which are less likely, but a poor immigrant, and then you quote unquote make it in the U.S., then all of what white folks say to you is validated about how it's not race, is that ADOS are lazy and shiftless, and then when they do have money, they spend it on dumb things like Jordans and weave, right? It's I
Uh-huh.
would tell you this. I have enough family members that really truly buy into respectability, and they don't fully appreciate how much respectability directed towards black people is actually really just anti-blackness, and it's telling
Yep.
white
Uh-huh.
people that you're on the bottom not because of anti-blackness and racism. You're on the bottom because you're not disciplined enough, and because you don't work hard enough, and because when you do have a couple of dollars, you spend it on dumb things, which I guess are not the
Yeah.
things that white people would spend their money on.
All right.
I don't know where all these lifted trucks on mud tires come from, but okay.
Mm.
Right. So like, yeah,
Right.
and so yeah, no, I think there's an incentive for black immigrants to look down on ADOS folks and to attempt to ingratiate themselves into white society. I don't think they fully appreciate that's what they're doing a lot of the times. I'm not saying all
With
of them,
a
right?
ADOS fucking
Is
avatar, no less. Ain't that a
Right?
bitch?
Yeah. Oh, and
and
using
it's fair.
very notable ADOS slang, and even
Yep.
like exaggerated facial expressions for some of those
Yeah.
ladies. It's like, bro, that's straight, bro. I grew up here. I know who you're imitating. I know where you got that from, right? Like that's
Look,
not.
look.
Go go ahead.
This is why I say that we've been changed to some form of a social portal for non-whiteness, hence a minorityism. Everybody throw on a nigga avatar for
Hmm.
their participation in minorityism to a degree, but they're also able to exploit on us the same way as not only the pilgrims, but the fucking system. We're fuel for this motherfucker. And BGS tried to nullify my presentation with that. I was like, nah, cuz, do you see how we're fuel now, man?
Yvette Carnell said black men, the black community, largely black men. Real quick, because I gotta get name and then I'm gonna get you, Leon. Yvette Carnell was on a panel one time, on stage, and she said ADOS, namely black men, are the shoes that America uses to walk on. And that has stuck with me. And she said that gotta be 5-6 years ago, maybe. And that has stuck with me since she said it, because I think that is 100% correct. You push off the poverty, the degradation, the cost of wealth in America. You push off all the negative aspects of that into, yes, rural white areas, but mainly poor, impoverished black areas, right? And I'll pause right there. Go ahead, Nema, and then we'll get Leon.
Well, what y'all talking about, emulating, African American culture and whatnot, that is generational, first of all, especially somebody who grew up where I grew up. I mean, if you look at pictures of the boomers and whatnot, I mean, if you go back and look at pictures of your family back in the day, they were rocking bell bottoms and afros, I'm pretty sure. Just like my folks were rocking
my dad was definitely.
Yeah, see. So, but that's the generational stuff. Not to mention, I'm pretty sure your father was listening to Motown and stuff coming up.
He listened to a little bit in Haiti, and a little bit.
Okay, my father was big on James Brown in the '60s. That was his generation. But
the world was big
in that generation.
You broke up a little bit, Neymar, or is that me? But go ahead.
But it's just like, I get to what you point, and like people forget, like some of us come from really war-torn areas when it comes to the U.S. or Canada or Europe for that matter. I mean, like what's the name? The comedian Godfrey. His father and his parents came to the U.S. in the '60s, fleeing the Nigerian Civil War.
The Biafran War.
The Biafran War. Thank you. I remember Ethiopians and Eritreans fleeing to the U.S. when in the '70s, from '77 onwards, because they were fleeing what we call Cashapp, or the Red Terror, due to the military junta being what it was.
Did they show up out of pocket though? Did they show up here out of pocket, cultural wise, by black measure standards?
What do you mean?
No matter who y'all are, y'all pretty much know black measure social standards with things, right?
That's a good. So I don't think so. I like from what I'm understanding, there is a market
the
split.
Nigerians showed up out of pocket. Who else showed up out of pocket? The Nigerians.
I think certain people from just about every group. It depends on who you're speaking about and their upbringing, how they view that, right? So like, I'll give you a prime example. I think there's a split between ADOS, FBA, and black immigrants maybe 1975, 1970, maybe 75. Like there's a pre and post. I think everything before, I would say 75, is less likely to be kind of on this, we're separate and above ADOS, even though we're black. And then post, I think white folks encourage this, and I think these people come here maybe already thinking that, but definitely in getting here, they realize, oh, wait a minute. If I speak as if I'm separate and above, I might get just a smidge better treatment by white folks. And that smidge better treatment makes a world of difference. Right? If I
testify to that, actually,
unjudged, and the devil goes aligned with and contracted with. This is why I be asking shit like this. How is it that motherfuckers can operate like that and don't think that there's a cost to their fucking person, their humanity, whatever? You know what I mean? It's like.
What do you mean by cost to their humanity?
I mean, there's a cost to participating in the American dream, depending on what it's based off of what runs it.
I'll give you example, Rogish and Nema. Whiteness. There was no whiteness. There was Irish, there was British, there was French. But when you get to America, for you to advance as a white person, you got to drop that and just be white.
Yep.
Yep.
You have to leave the little cultural differences behind so you could amalgamate yourself into general whiteness and then advance as such. Now, are there slight, teeny tiny delineations? Yes. Are Italians where WASP are, white Anglo-Saxon
Right.
Protestants, in the hierarchy of whiteness? No, absolutely
No.
not. But for you to be considered white, you have to drop your little. As a matter of fact, there's a what is his name? Theodore. Oh my God, I forgot his name.
What is he? What is he? What is he?
He's a white. He's a professor. White. He did an interview with Joe Rogan years ago. He's a white man that used to teach.
Is it Theo Metcalf?
No. I'll remember it in a minute. I'll look it up when I mute up. But he did an interview with Joe Rogan years ago, and he spoke about. He was teaching Africana studies. Funny enough, and he spoke about how if you go back in time, you'll see for the Italians to be accepted as white, it was either Italians or the small hats. Maybe
Right.
Irish. Either way, it might have been Irish. It might have been Irish. It was Irish. It was Irish. Irish leaders were going around the Irish community in the Northeast saying, "Hey, we got to cut out that dancing. We got to cut out hanging out with black people. We got to cut out all of this stuff because it looks like there's going to be a window for us to be considered white, for real, right?" And
Well,
and
of course. I mean,
And everybody else
anti-capitalism.
has to do the same discarding of their culture and tribal
Yes.
ties to play
Yes.
America.
and
Yeah.
let me name a hurry up wrap up so that we can get Leon because I
You know
think
what?
Dr. Thunder's going
Y'all
to come
can
up.
have
So
it.
go ahead.
Leon, come on in. Come on in.
Mhm.
Come on in.
What's going on, Leon?
I'm gonna start by saying that being black is a class designation. It
Agreed.
is what it is. When we speak about like immigrants, I just had this conversation that I was with the social worker. She was filling out paperwork, and the Nigerian woman brought up the immigrants that are coming in now. And I said, Nigerians are some of my our smartest African ancestors. I was like, I enjoy them coming to this country. I'm like, but we have to understand that when y'all came, y'all got socialism when y'all came. Y'all got housing, y'all got food stamps, y'all got put in positions to succeed. I was like, the rule doesn't change just because it's a different group of people. I'm like, we're in the medical field, and y'all see all these nurse shortages, right? Y'all have no issue with these little Portuguese, Filipino ladies helping out. And guess what? They got Airbnbs and hotels and apartments. I was like, the
You
rule
break it up
doesn't
just
apply.
you break it up just a
different
little
than,
bit, Leon. Okay, now you're good. Go ahead. Now you're
Okay.
good. Wherever you are, stay
I said
right
the
there
rule
because the
doesn't
reception is good.
change from.
Oh damn,
I said
that's fucking up right there. Go ahead.
I said the rule doesn't change when white guys came here. I said one of the major problems is when y'all go back home, you see that your country hasn't changed because y'all bring all y'all engineers here and all your accountants here and all your laborers here. So
Brain
when y'all
drain.
want to go back
You're
home
talking
to
about brain
Puerto
drain.
Rico or Nigeria, it's the same exact thing. And you look at your people as stupid.
So wait,
That's
Leon. Pause right there.
That's the value system of America. That's why the future of white supremacy is color, cuz.
What Leon is describing is a global version of the miseducation of a Negro. You come to America, you get indoctrinated with a certain view of the world.
Yep.
You go back home, whether it's to Haiti, Nigeria, Eritrea, Ethiopia, wherever you go, and you learned here, even if you were only here for 4 and 5 and 6 years. You go back not just getting the education, but also a bit of indoctrination, and it's enough indoctrination for you to go back home and try to implement things that will not necessarily work for that country because you don't have the military might the U.S. has. You don't have the dominance. You're not exploiting people maybe outside of your country. Let's be honest. The only people you're exploiting are the people inside your country, which is the poor.
Yep.
You don't have the mechanisms that allowed the U.S. to be what the U.S. is.
Right.
And so yeah, go ahead.
You get doused. You get doused with the thirst. It's almost like all that gold in the pyramid that you can't take out.
Yeah. Ooh.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
When the doors are closing. The doors are closing, and
That's what I'm getting at.
Their family.
Go ahead, Leon.
So Cynthia Gay, for example, I brought this up to you. Her family, her dad came here, got in the Air Force immediately.
Oh, you mean Cynthia Erivo? Cynthia Erivo.
Yeah, no, Gay, the Harvard University.
Oh yeah, Claudine Gay.
Claudine Gay. Her dad got right into the Air Force, coming right out of Haiti. Got sent to engineering school right out of Haiti. Her mother became an RN right out of Haiti. Her family owned a construction company in Haiti. They're the group of people that sold y'all out to France anyway.
Yeah,
And people,
they're the elite.
this is what people don't. So when you see these people in positions, you gotta literally research their fucking family. Nobody even knew that she was married because she didn't take the name of her white husband that's high up in education too. These people are proxy people. They've been in the system of fucking their own people over. They're the bourgeoisie of their own people. When you look at media takeout, when you look at the shade room, these are all owned by entities of the upper bourgeois of
Immigrants.
Nigerians, immigrants, or whatever.
Yep.
There's a separation between what takes place. You use the lower class to make sure black guys don't get jobs, and you use the higher class because they're showing those people that capitalism does work. Look at what you have. So I look at it as two things at once consistently. For people shitting on black people to make themselves feel better when they can't make change in their own country has always been an interesting thing to me. You know what I'm saying? That's why I said to the lady, and the white social worker looked at me and she was like, wow. And I said, I told her, I was like, you don't have children. And I was like, many of y'all don't have children. These women have children. Not only that, do y'all really trust Z's wiping y'all ass in the old age?
Say that.
And she just looked. I said, do y'all really trust these Z's to wipe your ass in the old age? And see, this is a perspective that none of these ladies even thought about. When I told them everyone that came here gets something. We gave nurses that were Filipino Airbnbs that taxpayers are paying for, but they don't talk about it that way. The hospital pays for it. Then they get a tax write-off from the state and the federal government. Like we paid every generation of immigrants money to be here. I was like, as soon as your infrastructure starts falling apart because the guys don't want to do this, I want y'all to think about how this is gonna look for y'all. Once our streets start cracking and you can't find guys that want to do the labor. So they're gonna give this socialism to these people and put them in these hotels. Because it's the same thing that what we always done. It's just one particular group that's never gotten anything. I left that part out, but I broke it down, and the social worker looking at me like I never thought about any of that. You know what I'm saying? But I always look at, just like Gay, like I said, her family owned a construction. Her parents owned a construction company, and her dad automatically goes to engineering school right out of Haiti, and then he's an officer in the Air Force. The mother's a high class nurse. It's like, wait, hold on, let me Google who her family
is. The nurse thing
is
pretty damn Haitian, but everything else, no. I'm gonna tell you, like, so Haitians and Jamaicans are the Filipinos of South Florida, like the Filipinos of California. That's the nurses. Yeah, like that. The Haitians, like the Haitian women. Oh yeah, they're the nurses, and Jamaicans too of South Florida. So so that was gonna happen regardless. But the dad in the Air Force, that's different. That's definitely different.
And their family owned a construction company in Haiti.
That's crazy.
So when like I said, nobody even knew she was married until the last time I came up when we were talking about it. I said she's married to a white guy that's on the board of whatever. And you look up the guy, they don't even have the same last name. She's speaking on black topics that she's never experienced. She grew up in the upper middle class.
But once again, you can't sell that to unsuspecting, and I'm not just speaking globally and internationally. You can't sell that to the poor missing teeth ass West Virginian white dude that this is black progress, because even he'll understand what the hell that is. When you sell him Claudine Gay, child of Haitian immigrants, married to a white man, grew up upper middle class, you can't sell that story to the world as progress for quote unquote black progression, because like that, yes, that person's black. I will never discount that person being black, but their experiences and their background is not typical. And because it's not typical, right, it puts this person in the position to benefit from something that was supposed to maybe kind of be for somebody else. Oops. So right.
Hey,
Yeah.
Mr.
Mhm.
Hey, Mr. Z, can you define, because this is I think this is important, because I think I have a different definition of black maybe than you do.
Mhm.
Can you define what you mean by black?
Well, my bad, but Dr. Thunder. Somebody just called me while you was asking. You said, "Can I define what I mean by
black?" Can you define what you mean by black?
Outside of the racial designation, like the culture, like culturally, I see black as a political, social class that has to do with color, literally economic class, culture, and a general shared history of ADOS FBA, and then those that come here young enough or that were born here that also grew up in those same areas, right? So when I see black outside of just the racial designation, in America I'm speaking, I do see a shared history and a cultural, economic, and social shared history. If we're not just speaking about the color and quote unquote race designation, right?
Okay, and so based on that definition, and I tend to lean in a bit more on the FBA ADOS Negro, right? So Negro, so black took over from Negro.
Yes.
Right, and in African American was took over from took the baton from black, and then a bunch of folks were like, "Hey,
was a plant, by the way."
It was a plant. It was a plant, which is why a lot of black folks reverted back to black, preferring to be called black. But all of that, right. Well, the thing is that the Negro term is interesting because Negro was just a okay. So there's nothing wrong with the Negro term, but it's a little close to another term that we don't like, right? And so that, in my estimation, is the reason.
That was the issue. We shouldn't have never ran from that term.
Wait, Rogus, let Dr. Thunder land with that. Let Dr. Thunder land with that. I'm gonna let you go afterward. Let Doc land with that. Let me see where he's going. Go ahead, Doc.
Yeah. So Negro is a little too close to another N word that we don't like, and so you had a lot of brothers that were like, I don't think I like that term. So they say, hey, we'll be black. Now, initially, everything that was associated with Negro, black took all of that. So whatever the designation meant legally was, that's what we were talking about. So all of that was intended to travel with the black term, but then politicians started being really loose with it because they were trying to, gain numbers. So they started including folks that came from other countries that did not have the history of slavery. They were not the children of slavery, and then they started planting a lot of these folks in politics, and that's what you're talking about with somebody like Claudine Gay, who, though she was born here, Barack Obama, though she was born here, her family history is not that of Negro, and so then when you have folks like that up here acting like they are pro-reparations, no, I don't know that they're really pro-reparations. I think that they are saying what they're saying as an exchange for the political access that they've been granted. And so you could make it seem as though they are earnestly, making these arguments. And so then when the arguments don't work, then they can go back to their constituents and they can say, hey, well, we tried, but hey, check it out. We're going to take this other, empty platitude empty symbolism. We're going to take this instead. And so that seems to be. So it seems to be a constant thing. I'll be here. I'll be listening, but I'm actually putting some gas in my car.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Rogish. Go ahead.
I'm gonna keep it
What you're
real
speaking
short.
of, Doc, is the wasting of the representation.
Wait, Leon. Let Rogish go because I promised him, and then you, and then I'm gonna go. Go ahead.
What you're talking about is the wasting of the representation. The fact that they know that, like, and this is the fucked up part because this is politics. It's all about representation. You're supposed to be there to represent your constituency, but they don't even have to be connected to the constituency in the way that the constituency bonds or the way that the system judges the constituency. They're able to, again, the blackness that is minorityism with largely with everybody else. That's what they're doing. They just happen to be wearing black within this system, but they're not wearing the culture. They're not wearing a connection. They're wearing a participation suit. And so
not even a participation trophy, a participation suit.
You feel me? It's kind of like with black cops. When some ill shit happens, and it's all a largely white cop situation, you hear people say we need more representation. We need more representation. More representation of cops, judge, and all the rest of the shit. Well, okay, then that means that the black is supposed to mean something as the system interacts with it, because that representation is supposed to be something that's connected to the people that grants a higher qualitative.
That's the
result,
assumption,
right?
That's the assumption. Yes.
Okay. Well, that's the thing. But then that means it's being utilized. Then, if they're saying that this is why we're making this election, it's because this person is black, and because they are of a specific quality of black, to where you know. What I mean?
But that's the thing. They're not doing that delineation. So that's the problem with representation politics, is that we're assuming that because you're black, you have a consciousness that will keep you from doing, if we're going to use police officers as an example, continuing from what you were saying, we're assuming that because you're black and you come from these people, which we're assuming you come from these people, that you won't potentially behave and treat other black people the way some of these racist white cops do. Not really remembering that the whole infrastructure is anti-black. So what happens when you put a black young person in police academy and teach them certain things? You're literally teaching them. First of all, the system was already anti-black anyway, so they already was learning it as a child. Then you're taking that person and then making them even more acutely anti-black under the guise of quote unquote law enforcement, right? So if you real quickly, if you couple that with being black immigrant, and I really want to touch on what Dr. Thunder was saying, particularly when it comes to the class element of it all. So as a child of immigrants, so we didn't have much, and it put me in a different position growing up around ADOS, and very importantly, my parents not raising me that I'm better than ADOS, that I'm separate and above ADOS. This is very, very important, right? And me having real friends with ADOS, me not having my literal parents make any disparaging comments about ADOS, girls and boys, men and women, my mom also being a preschool teacher, that's very important, right? So that put me in a different mindset growing up, right? And then also my interaction with the black diaspora of teachers, everyone from Bahamian descent to ADOS black women to Haitian American black women, excuse me, that helped me to not see myself once again as separate and above, right? Where I would argue that Claudine Gay or you name the person who had a different upbringing in America, even the Issa Raes of the world, they have to double back to blackness, that just being a complexion. They have to come back. Remember when we started the stream off with Drake? Drake had to come, he had to learn that. He wasn't raised in that. There's a lot of darker skinned black people, especially children of immigrants. Hey, here's a secret for y'all. Even ADOS, short story. One of the girls I used to work with when I worked for the Florida Democratic Party was ADOS, but she grew up upper middle class. You know what her parents did? They sent her to Howard. And her mom literally told her, I'm sending you to Howard so you can learn how to be black. Literally. I'm not joking. I mean it. I kid you not. She literally said that to me, right?
Wow.
So
I
you
got a better
have,
example.
because real quick, Nema, because we have these different, and then you're gonna go after Leon. I'm gonna shut up in like
All right,
20 seconds. Because we have these different experiences, what's happening is, and you might see this in the NBA with second, maybe even third generation NBA players, is the people that are being picked up out of these situations a bit more and more are people that actually, they're us, but they're not in the thick of it with the majority of us. So that's why when you ask them questions, they're black as hell. Their complexion is black, right? Their father is black at least, or their mother is black at least, but yet they give you these weird ass answers, and you're like, who the hell? Like the picture I put in my community chat. Who the hell is raising these new Negroes? You know what I'm saying? Because the parents are not teaching them that, and you can't expect the white suburban school in the middle of nowhere to teach them anything. So, well, right, and I'll pause right there. Go ahead, Leon, and then name it right after. Go ahead.
Do I have a decent connection?
Yeah, you're good right now.
Yeah, you're good.
Yeah.
You're good.
So
well,
my brother went to Temple University.
Okay, you're good. You're good. Yeah, go wherever you want to stay. Right there. Yeah.
My brother went to Temple University, right? Because my dad had him when he was 40. I mean, no, he had about 38. So he was already middle class, living in Hanover, Maryland and shit, doing pretty good. He went to Temple University because my dad needed him to learn that he was black, because he went to the Catholic school in Baltimore, Maryland, which is 99% white. You know what I'm saying? He went to a private school. So that plays a part, because black people tend to want to look at blackness and the idea of you come from Chicago, or you come from Philadelphia, Louisiana, you know, certain places, certain cities, certain towns. That's your perception of being black. And actually, it does more harm to black boys, and it does a weird thing to black girls, because we try to perpetuate the things that we perceive as being black, but then your dad takes you down to the poor side of the family, and these people aren't selling drugs to have fun. They're literally just doing it to survive and shit, and all the chaos and shit. So you get a different idea. Like, I had to visit the hood. I didn't grow up in the shit. You know what I'm saying? And I lived there summers, 6 months when my parents were deployed and shit, but I didn't permanently live there. So, but it still does harm to ideas that people that aren't born in the hood, just because their parents are military or whatever happened or whatever took place to have them grow up on North Side or something. So when you try to
force, not the black experience. The hood is not the black experience. That's the minority.
Rogus, wait, let him land. Rogus, let him land. Rogus, you go after name. We just go.
When you talk about the black experience, all these girls with nose rings, all these girls with weird ideas, you keep on seeing that they are middle class girls growing up talking this nonsense that predominantly grew up around white people mostly, where they're still a minority. So your concept is growing up around people that are predominantly black to prove your blackness. They're oddballs out. Like, everything about me, some of my cousins say certain things are oddballs. Because like I said before, when I moved to Mississippi, I tried to run away. I said, bitches in control of shit. I'm a military brat. I seen women get chewed out. Women don't get chewed out for shit. They were like, no, this is how it's supposed to be. There are cultural differences when you grow up. And we speak about it all the time. We speak about the gynocracy. Where does it take place in? So both sides are doing harm as you move up the ladder, and they've said this plenty of times how they educate middle class and upper middle class people to think differently, especially the boys and girls. So you're in a system that we continue to think that we can change as a hyper minority. Like, we're in a whole system that's saying fuck you, falling in your fucking place 24/7. They literally like think about this. The Asian people that they sent here that love this system were people that families got killed by communists, for example. they're never gonna side. You know, they're never gonna side with a different structure due to what happened with their family with those wars overseas. Like they're literally telling you, their families got steamrolled by communists. Because,
pause right
but
there,
when you
Leon.
look at it, it's like, wait, you're signing up for these ideas.
Pause right there. Pause right there. I literally am witnessing what Leon is saying down here in South Florida with the Cuban community. I've literally witnessed this with the Cuban community in America, and it got so bad, especially during the Trump election, the Trump and Biden election, the second time around. Yo, they were going to fisticuffs. Nephews and uncles were fighting at Thanksgiving dinner in the Cuban community, right? Nephews and uncles. It was real as hell because you had like traditionally conservative and maybe even liberal Cubans fighting their Trumper nephews who wanted to take it even further. Even for the conservative Cubans, they were like, okay, yeah, that's too far, right? Y'all going way too. So it and then the other way around, which is the conservative and Trump uncles who nephew now is liberal. It's like, oh, you're gonna lean into communism eventually, and right. So exactly what Leon is saying, you do have a contingent of people who come from who are immigrant background or immigrants, and their families ran from the country, their native country, because of either socialism, communism, as Neighbor said, civil war, etc., etc. And when they get here, the last thing they want to hear, even if it would benefit them, is any type of leftist talk, any type of community talk, any type of the wealthy here are corrupt and they're buying the politicians and whatever. I'm not even getting into the number of people that are immigrants who actually were part of the elite class from their home country, and then they come over here and they got to start all over. And the last thing they want to hear is poor people in America talking about wealth distribution and workers' rights, et cetera, right?
Prime
so I'll pause right there. Go ahead, Nemo.
Yeah. Prime example. Oh, by the way, in the case of Ethiopia, it's a combination of communism in '74 as well as that was overlapping with a civil war, independence war. By the way. And also for a lot of people, like, a lot of folks were also fleeing from communism or dictatorships in other countries, or an uprising. Shout out to the Iranians, if you remember, in '79. How many of them will come into the U.S. from, upper class, but had to start from scratch when they got here? Same in the case of those who were in Europe. Before I continue, to better you.
Yeah.
I just want to thank you and the Bedside Baptist for showing solidarity to the courts, the Church of Our Lady in
Alexa, play church organs in the background, please. Go ahead.
Yes, I just want to say thank you to the Bedside Baptist Church for showing solidarity to us Orthodox Christians today.
Wait, what am I saying? Dr. Thunder's here. Dr. Thunder, play church organs in the background, please. Go ahead, yo.
So thank you for that. Happy Easter, folks.
Right.
But anyway, shit, I should show Rogan how to hook up with an Ethiopian chick later. Anyway, when you talk about what you guys said about hold up, Rogan. When you said about that young lady who you worked with at the with the Democratic Party,
Yeah.
Howard. And thank you, Leon, for bringing up Temple University, because this is where I connected that. If you might remember, one former alumnus of Temple University, Bill Cosby, when he was on Arsenio, the second show of Arsenio, he explained why he made it important that all his kids went to Morehouse, because Bill Cosby, his views on civil rights and everything. He wanted his son, especially Ennis, but also his daughter.
Rest in peace.
Rest in peace, East Ennis. Because he wanted him to have a sense of community, a sense of blackness. Because Morehouse was more than just go in there and have the black experience. It was about establishing a connection and network with fellow brothers who are in the struggle.
And a sense of responsibility.
And a sense of responsibility. Just like with big shout out to Robert Smith, because what did he do? He paid the tuition fee for so many brothers who were at the house, who are going to graduate and go on to become the next generation of upper middle class and whatnot. So there's that. I remember.
Black excellence is a
sitting there.
part of the culture, but notice that most folks talk about the hood when it comes to the adjustments and how they attach. How is it that those who come from the immigrant classes won't also make note of the fucking black excellence? Because that's also a part of the culture, not just the hood shit. Because the hood does not define fucking blackness. The hood is spread. Y'all know how new the fucking hood is, cuz black people. The hood
More
was
than you
created
could imagine.
largely
More
in the
than you could
motherfucking
imagine. I
late
mean,
70s. That was it.
Can I ask? Can I jump in here? Can I? I'm going to ask a question.
Wait. Hey, go ahead, Dr. Thunder. Dr. Thunder has privilege here. Go ahead, yo.
All right.
Yeah, I just have a question. I think this is interesting because so the statement has been made a couple times now that black folks from every sort of part of the what do you say, economic landscape are not the same, right? Okay, so first thing, I wonder how much in that thought is this sort of tangle of pathology, and which seems to be primarily considered when you think about a content creator like Accountable Commentary, who tends to basically blanket, all quiches, as he says. So he's talking all quiches. He doesn't care if they are, the Claudine Gay kind of clique quiche or the, all the way down to
Sexy Red in them.
Right. So he's blanketing them all the same. He's saying they're all the same and stay quiche free, X, Y, and Z. So that's one thing I wanted to bring up. And then and kind of as a troll, I'm surprised y'all ain't talking about how it's Cinco de Mayo today.
Z, you supposed to know about Cinco de Mayo. Come on now.
I do know about Cinco de Mayo, but I'm not Mexican, so.
I know. My point is,
first of all.
I just I threw that in there because see, y'all black folks you're biased and racist, right? And see, you won't mention. See, you expect other folks to mention our holidays, but you don't. You won't even mention. Okay.
So,
hey, Mayate.
Can I cut in?
Go ahead. Better you, but we got to get Rogish after you because Rogish was supposed to go. Go ahead.
Gotcha. So I just came back for a little bit, but y'all touched on something very important a little while ago that I really want to dive into. We don't teach our kids how to be black. We don't teach our kids what blackness is. And the irony is, that's literally what I stepped away to do with my kid. Every time he comes here, I give him a sticky note. I write some figures or events on it. I tell him, yo, look, use that computer, go learn, come back, give me a synopsis. And we send our kids to white schools. And we always end up surprised they sound like white supremacists.
You see what I'm saying? Rest in peace, Malcolm X. Rest in peace, Malcolm X.
Training works.
No, but this is the ill part. It's like, why is it that we look? To me, if we participate, if we play the game the way that they say to play the game, you're never going. You can't win. You can't break even. You can't get out the game. You're supposed to play the game to where you follow some of the rules, you break some of the rules, you insert some of your own. Some of the shit is a Kobayashi Maru, you know what I'm saying, as BGS pointed out. You're not supposed to play the game as they say. This is how you play the game. No, you play the game your way. And if we try to play the game our way with blackness, this is why we brought in African American, because the way that we were already black before it started becoming a blackness kind of thing. Once that's settled, the way that we were living and existing within the social construct, that's what reverberated around the world to make everybody else throw their fists up. The thing is, we didn't culturally hold on to that and see value within it to have that be what we feed our fucking seed. You feel me?
Let me ask this. And then we'll get truth teller after this. How do you teach blackness when you was trying to run from it?
Yeah.
And I'm not
Bing, bing, bing,
only
bing, bing.
speaking about the color. I'm speaking about the social, political, black. Okay, perfect. If y'all ever heard Dr. Thunder speak about his background, I don't mistake Dr. Thunder for anyone but a black man,
Facts.
right? Like I don't mistake that because he's not trying to run, right? That like train track, train track, train track. So like that to me is important. And this is beyond just ADOS FBA. I'm telling y'all this as a child of black immigrants. A whole lot of black people are running from blackness. That's why I speak about divestors and swirlers so much, but also these weirdo black young men and women who I don't know who the hell their parents are, but you can see they're trying to run from they trying to run. Ooh, they trying to run. But here's the thing: they don't think that's what they're doing. They don't think that when you listen to these content creators, they're putting the weight of blackness squarely on the shoulders of black men because they're angry that they're black. That's one thing Edward Anderson is 100% correct on. They're angry that they're black because of the weight of blackness. They hate it, but they don't got the ovaries to say it. Right? And I'll pause right there. Go ahead, truth teller.
Well, first and foremost, I came up on here to be your witness and attest. Listen, if you need to experience the world or anything international, every culture in the world, you go ahead and move down to South Florida and live in one of them, the Tri-County area, all right? I rolled heavy from Loxahatchee all the way down to Paran, right? I roll heavy. I know where so-called Rick Ross used to hang at. I was going to bootleggers while it was open. Right? I know 183rd Street Mall. I was in there hustling. I know. All right, y'all. All I'm saying is I know South Florida. Go down there. Y'all enjoy yourselves. Everybody's there. When I say everybody, we talking about every person you can call an Asian, they down there. Every person you can call a Middle Eastern, they down there. Every person you can call any kind of African, they're there too. You got the rich small hat folk up there, the elderly small hat folk, they out there too. And everybody,
even the poor small house folks,
even the poor ones is there too. And then you got the other ones, the Italians, the Irish, however they want to flip it up, they all there. You can go enjoy yourself in 3 counties and be able to hit end to end county within an hour and a half if you really want to. You be anywhere. But I grew up in the hood. I was born and raised in the hood, but I went to private school. So I went to school with a bunch of white kids and some Asian folks, right? Me and my siblings were the only black kids in our grade. That's how few black people was in the school I went to. And I went to that school for years, pre-kindergarten all the way up until 8th grade. So I was amongst them peoples that whole time, right? But I also lived in the hood, so I was amongst, I had my hood friends. I had my Caucasian friends, and I had my black friends, because that's why, when I came home from school, we was outside playing. On the weekends, we outside playing. I played sports, so I was playing sports with the white kids on the weekends, and if we had a game during the week. But then for the most part, I was bowling on the weekends also with my black friends at the park.
Now, when you say hood, are you saying place where black people are, or you also talking about the quality of?
I'm talking about the quality. I grew up in Hollis, Queens. Yeah, Homicide Hollis. That was hood. Crackheads on the corner hood. Niggas fighting outside hood. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
My pop's flashing his hammer to niggas while we walking into the house. That kind of hood.
Damn.
So yeah, that's a whole different story.
Like, share, subscribe to the super chat. We got scholars and professionals up here.
They're right. But what you do have to understand, some of these kids now, they have no connection to black people, and I'm not referring to black people as a hood. I mean a black community whatsoever. Yeah. Right? Like where I live right now, I live in a mostly white area, and it's actually a very well-to-do area. My daughter goes to the high school out here, right? She has a couple of black friends. One of them happens to be Haitian. The other one is mixed. Other than that, all her friends are white. So she got, and I'd be teasing her, I'd be like, man, you ain't got no black friends. You don't like black people because we, as far as the family, I mean, we all black. Nobody, there's no white in our family. But she go see her grandmothers and her grandfathers on each side and all of that good stuff. They all black. It is what it is. But she's in an environment where she's been going to school with these folks. She's made friends with them over the years. You do have to put in some effort to kind of make sure that she understands our community. And really, what I try to do is make sure she understands the difference between us and them in reality when she goes out into society. Because in school they can kind of keep it hidden a little bit unless somebody act up in school, and them white boys go crazy, do what they do. But once you get out of schools, when that reality starts to kick in, you going to work, you moving and bustling and you doing things. You need to make sure that you understand your community, how this society treats your community. Not only that, how you should act when you're outside of your community, out here in this reality as well.
Yeah.
So there's a whole bunch of things to take into account. But
truth teller, if you don't mind, here's the issue that I think that we have. If we don't, Dr. Thunder, right after, I'm only gonna take like 30 seconds. If we're not careful, you will raise a daughter that's Aoki Lee Simmons. Yes. If you're not careful, you will raise a Aoki Lee Simmons. If you're not careful, you will.
Biggest fear.
Yo, I'm telling, man, I don't have kids yet, and it scared the hell out of me. Right, so right, you will raise a Aoki Lee Simmons because she is the example of I'm gonna get the bag any way possible because that's what my mama did, and my daddy was with it, right? Like number one, or the Nigerian scammer sister that I covered a couple weeks ago, that was on the Pop the Balloon show. If you're an immigrant and you mess around, I'm not gonna move around the Negroes. I'm gonna move around the white folks, and I'm gonna have my kids around the white folks, and and then you mess around, and now your daughter out here begging white dudes for their genetic material, literally, and being the pass around for rich white dudes. So if you're not careful with your children, if you just let them kind of float in the waters that's America without any guardrails, that's what you will produce for daughters. Right. Oh, and then for sons, you will produce what's this guy name again? The one that they had in Congress talking down on reparations. I think he went to Harvard. What was his name? Y'all know what I'm talking about.
Which one?
The brother. Oh my God. He's on a book tour right now too. Y'all know who I'm talking about. He's on the book tour right now for one of his books. He was on the View a few weeks ago. Y'all know Coleman Hughes. I just remembered Coleman Hughes. Coleman Hughes. Yeah. So yeah, if you mess around, you're gonna raise a Coleman Hughes as a son. Yeah. Do y'all really want Coleman Hughes as a son? And I'll pause right there. Go ahead, Dr. Thunder.
I'd have beat Coleman Hughes' ass.
One thing that's interesting. One thing that's interesting is it seems that if there was a way to conduct research on this, I'm sure that there is, and maybe research has already been conducted on this. With respect to the version of blackness, because that there's a matriarchal version, a gynocratic version of blackness. I wonder if there is in any way a connection between those that basically came from the hood and stayed in the hood, as it were, and their version of blackness versus those that were raised differently, but then realized and recognized that there was value in their blackness. And when they come back, it's almost as if perhaps there's a freedom to actually be black and not the sort of matriarchal version, not the pro-black version of this. So so by getting away from it in a matter of speaking, as far as maybe some of the more toxic aspects of it, there's a freedom to actually embrace the a more true to black masculinity version of the culture. And so I think that that's interesting. And when I look at my own family, it's interesting what I see, and then also when I consider my in-laws too. So there's four of us. My parents are still married. Now there's four. They had four kids. My older brother, he's in his second marriage. Both of them were white women.
Okay.
My younger brother only married to one woman, black woman, and she's from a strong black family, but there's a heavy matriarchal thing going on there. Still love her, still she's good people and everything, but you can definitely see that in the way that they raise their kids. My sister is married to, she's been divorced. Both of her husbands have been white men. First one was a doctor. Second one is not. She didn't have any kids with the first one. Good dude, and she's a psychiatrist, and basically he takes care of the kids, takes care of the family. What do they have? 4 kids. So a bunch of kids, and he's a good dude, and I actually don't necessarily have an issue. And this is why I say all the time. This is one of the reasons I say all the time that if you were raised in a certain environment, then if you end up with somebody that is disproportionately represented in that environment, I don't call that divestment, right? Perhaps you can call it swirling, but it's not swirling for the sort of political reasons. It's just these folks are around, and this is what I'm used to. And they're in matter of fact, I don't present. I'm sure my sister is like, she doesn't really present like a, like a black girl or whatever you want to say, and she's, educated and at the highest level and all of that kind of stuff. So I can see how that could happen. I'm in my second marriage. Unfortunately, 3 of the 4, and that's an interesting stat too, if you look at that. But 3 of the 4 are in our second marriages. We all have kids. We're all successful. All of that. Both of my wives have been black women. That was important to me, and I had to really I kind of feel like one of my brothers, the one that's married to a black woman, I kind of feel like he got lucky because she was also from a certain environment that was not as dominated by white folks, but certainly dominated by white folks. And so that's an interesting thing. And I think they met online. It was just like some weird, it's just like some strange, like
all the cards fell into place for him.
Yeah. It's just kind of that kind of thing. But me, not so much. It was really like a struggle to try to say, hey, I really want this. How can I figure out how to find this?
That's interesting. So having to grow up around them, let's say those of you who choose one as a mate, it's like you do understand the entirety of the economic state or the social state. So is it that when someone chooses their pilgrim, they putting hope in that one to not be like all the rest?
Well, no, it's interesting because
that's a good question.
And I've said this over and over. Most black folks don't really know white folks,
right?
Okay, and I'd say I'd say this in the best in the altruistic sense of what how good potentially they could be, and also in the negative sense of how kind of conniving and behind the back, don't tell you straight stuff to your face, but backstab you as soon as you walk out the room. As far as that kind of dynamic, which is quite prevalent in academia, right? So most black folks don't really know that. I grew up with black folks. Some of my best friends, I'm sorry, with black folks. I grew up with white folks, and some of my best friends are white. And in our conversations, they actually wrestle with a lot of the same issues that I would wrestle with white culture. They have many of the same issues, and that's I think is part of the reason why we were able to sort of get along, because they didn't subscribe to certain tribalistic tendencies of white culture, and so that's sort of that's an interesting sort of dynamic. And and I have said this also frequently, that you see these divestors out here talking about how, you know, they're going to get their white man because the white man is going to splurge on them, and the
That
white
is
man
not how that works.
no, it's not. I'm sorry, it's just not. I
I've had
know
white
some
know,
friends.
white men.
I know a lot of them. I know quite a few of them that have money. They ain't doing any of that. They ain't doing a
No.
goddamn thing like that. They don't
Mhm.
even live
Yeah.
like that. That's not even in their mental state
I
to be
yeah.
that way.
let me
Yeah,
say this, Dr.
they're
Thunder,
quite.
real quick.
Yeah,
Real
go
quick,
ahead.
Doctor. I've had one of my close friends. We don't talk that much anymore, but for a little while, close friend was making six figures, early 30s, well, pretty much 30 on up. White dude was in the black women. He happened to marry a Latina, but was also in the black women. First girlfriend in high school, black girl, whatever. That's who he went to prom with in Ohio. Pretty much, you know, he went to high school. He graduated high school up your way, Dr. Thunder. That is not the dude. Yes, he has bought his wife nice things. You know, he is quote unquote the man of the house. He's not on no, you know, soft white man thing. But this splurging just to be splurging because I'm Mr. Rich white man. Well, he's not even rich. Solidly middle class, maybe now trending upwardly mobile, upper middle class white dude. No, and I don't. So yeah, like you're saying, I don't know where they get this weird ass idea that, oh yeah, I'm just gonna meet the. And I always say it, and I made Shay Sade laugh when I said it. They think they're gonna put the Gawk 3000 on them or the fire vagina, and he's just gonna melt and just start throwing money around. That's not how it works. I'll pause right there. Go ahead.
Just
Dr.
so you
Thunder.
know, upper middle class white people make bologna sandwiches too, y'all.
I'm
Just so
saying.
y'all know.
Oh yeah. Look, man.
That's
Look,
gross, cuz. Anybody who belongs is gross.
yeah. So I do a show called Two Dads React,
Mhm.
and it literally is with my childhood best friend. This cat's name's Tony. Tony from God Rules, and he's got a
Mhm.
huge platform. He's got
Mhm.
between his various channels, he's got about 1 million subs, and he's doing serious numbers. He's been full time YouTube for, I don't know, 10 years or something.
Mhm.
And you know, we've been best friends since 5th grade. Okay, and I've seen him, and he's, you know, he's a 2-time passport bro. So he's in a second marriage. Both of them
Mhm.
were from abroad. So there's a reason why we get along the way that we get along, is because he has a countercultural sort of angle, you know, and we're both Christian guys and stuff like this, and we both sort of have commiserated about aspects of the church, of Christianity, that are pretty bogus. And we both kind of made certain similar decisions about our life path at the same time. And so since we have a lot of history, and his parents, heavy Republicans, his dad in particular, heavy Republican. I remember when I got my first vehicle, which was a Toyota pickup truck. He worked at I think he worked at GM. And I remember pulling that into the parking lot, and his dad had an issue, right?
Yep.
His dad,
Yep.
I mean, he didn't look. He was halfway playing, but halfway serious, you
Yep.
know.
Yep.
And you know, dude listening to like Rush Limbaugh, you know, on the
Oh
radio out
boy.
in the car,
Not
out in the
Rush.
garage and stuff like that. So I understand. So look, man, I really understand them in a way that I think most folks do not. And so when I see certain character traits or certain patterns, I will tell you, and I think Malcolm X is totally right. The one that you need to really watch out for is the white liberal, because at least the white conservative will tell you to your face what they think. The white conservative, rather, will tell you to your face what they think. Okay, and that has been my experience growing up. That was my experience. That the ones that were more on the conservative side, they would at least be honest with me. Now, you know, they might say some racist stuff, whatever, but at least they were like telling me the truth. The white liberal does this crafty stuff where they'll say the right stuff in public, say the right stuff to you in your face, act like they're commiserating with you about, you know, certain issues, even state stuff that you wouldn't even say, say in mixed company, right? They'll say so they'll do that, but then behind your back they'll be, look, man, I have a few more days until something is official,
Mhm.
and when it is official, the for the rubber stamp, the ink is dry from the rubber stamp in 10 days. I have a lot of stuff that I'm going to be talking about in detail. Y'all might want to keep. Yeah, I
The
have
way
a
you just
lot of
framed
stuff
that,
about
Doctor,
some
wait,
treachery.
let's
I got a
let
lot of
wait,
stuff.
Rogish, wait, Doctor Thunder. The way you just framed that, I think I know which direction you're going in because because I know your profession and whatnot. I would, I think because I feel like you've alluded to it before. So let's I think
Dr. Thunder, I would love to hear about.
Mm-hmm.
Go
ahead, Rogish, and then Truth Teller.
Go ahead.
Mm-hmm.
The liberal is the more traditional white person. The conservative is the one that's playing American, like really trying to, live the American. That's why you see they flags everywhere, like paraphernalia and shit.
Yeah.
But the white.
I like that framing. I never thought of it like that. The flag is paraphernalia. I have to. I'm gonna have to play with that. I'm gonna have to play with that thought because that's I like that.
You don't need it on everything, but I mean, it's like if they feel like that way, you don't see the liberals doing that. The liberals are in the game for the power, and they play it. They play it as they speak it with that fourth tongue, the way that the motherfuckers where they conquered over here said that they do, even on their own. So they play and participate as that fellow white American. But I still think that they have tribal differentials amongst themselves that, as Dr. Dunham was saying, a lot of people might not know the nuances of.
True. So let's do Truth Teller and then Demetrius. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, I think, Dr. Thunder, there's one interesting thing I would love to hear from you as far as, because you say you got married a second time. I am married now. I already told my wife, man, once we get divorced to the streets, I'll go. So I would really like to hear how you decided not to take that path, and what made you not go that route.
Okay, well, I'll answer this real quick because I know I've been talking quite a bit, and I don't want to monopolize.
You got professor privileges, professor privileges, sir. Go ahead.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. So yeah, in my first marriage, no kids, and kids are been really important to me. Having a family was really important. In my mind, and because I'm a religious person, there's only really one structure for that. And yes, there are problems with that structure, and I understand why other folks do not want to take the risk. And frankly, I've been married for 16 years, and so I basically tapped out like right in time before a lot of the Tinder and a lot of the other stuff that happened that really kind of weaponized a lot of the empowerment propaganda with respect to the dating market. A lot of that stuff hadn't really hit the dating market as hard, and so I think that there were better options. But saying that doesn't mean that it's ever been. Look, Proverbs 31 says that a virtuous woman, a good woman, is rare, and that was ancient. That's in ancient times, let alone what we see out here now. So yeah, so I understand people's perspective on that, and what I tell brothers is, if you can figure out a situation not to do a legal marriage, because I don't think that the state really needs to be involved. I'm a fan of sacramental marriage, but not of I don't think you need a document. And then live in a place where there is no what's the term for that? Common law.
Common law is
marriage.
after a certain amount of time, I think. Yes.
Yeah. So live in a place where there's no common law, and then obviously prenup. And if you do those things and you find somebody that's willing to comply with that, in my mind, that is weeding out a certain kind of woman already, and maybe you have a better chance. But yeah, it's kind of a crapshoot. And I've told folks, if I wasn't married, I'd be a passport bro like a mug. So
supposed to.
Yeah, go ahead, Demetrius. I told my girl if me and her break up, I might have a chick on payroll. I ain't even gonna lie to you. I ain't gonna. It ain't tricking if you got it. I don't got it, but I'll do it. I'll do it for the lack of headache. Hey, just slide through twice a month, and here you go. Like I'll for the lack of headache. Yeah, no. I this dating market is trash, and I don't have any faith. Go ahead.
There's a reason why a lot of affairs that are had are between boss and secretary. Okay, that's okay. I'm gonna leave that there.
Right? I'll just put that on the table. Go ahead, Demetrius.
Hey, can I? Oh, damn.
Go ahead, better you, and then Demetrius. Go ahead.
Go ahead, better you. Oh no, that was somebody else.
Oh,
that was
who that? What?
I thought that was Leon.
Oh, that go ahead, Leon, and then Demetrius.
I got this sorry ass connection. I'm about to go back to Verizon or something. I knew I shouldn't have went to Spectrum, but anyway, Dr. Thunder. Dr. Thunder, am I the Drizzle King? Am I really the Drizzle King?
Why do you say you're the Drizzle King?
Is Dr. Thunder there?
No,
yeah, I'm here. I don't understand the. I don't understand
the question.
Oh yeah. No. I remember your message. I remember your message, man. Yeah.
I try to bring up plenty of times about people growing up in the middle class and how that fucks with your mind. And it's like when you're dealing with we always pointed out noticing the officers' daughters because they didn't grow up with us. They went to private school and shit. And it's like I tried to talk about it in the past. Like my cousin, my great uncle, he was a Marine. He had a grenade blow up in his face. They grew up in Alexandria, Virginia. He bought a house in like the 70s or 80s. One of them is she's part of I think she's part of Islam or whatever. The other one, she's an engineer, and my male cousin, he's a fucking Trump supporter. And it's like his ideas and his reality of how he sees things, all three of them are just fucking weird. Because they grew up in Alexandria. And it's like when you take these people out, if you don't introduce them, just like my brother, he went to a Catholic school in Baltimore. My dad made him go to Temple. And this is the thing. Say it was like an officer's daughter that goes to private school, right? And you go to a better school, or you're born when your parents are E6s instead of E1s. These kids go to predominantly white schools. And then it's like they're oddballs out because they dress different, they talk different. And then when you once they go to public school with black kids, they're not really accepted. So you have a lot of women, for example, like I have a friend named B-Rex that I met in Discord years ago. She likes tormenting black guys. Because it's like, these are the black guys I couldn't get when I was older because I dress like this and I look like this and I talk like this. And it sounds the exact reverse of what guys say, try to play thug with these ladies. You know what I'm saying? And so it like trying to define what blackness is, part of it's the gynocracy, and part of it is the capital or communism or whatever type of beliefs that you grow up around in that environment. I grew up in a multicultural environment. It's so it's so hard to define what is black, because as soon as you introduce your children into the middle or upper middle class, you're going to be growing up around different people, and they're going to automatically have different concepts.
That's a fact.
You know, and literally, like they believe in torturing black guys because they don't fit a certain criteria for these girls that grow up in middle class and middle upper class. You know.
No, I think that's important. What we're speaking on. Go ahead, Dimitri. Go ahead.
Is
that better you? Okay, yeah. Okay, now it's better you. Okay, go ahead. Better we gotta get Demetrius in go, but go ahead and then we'll get Demetrius.
Yeah, I answered your question, by the way, better you in the chat, in the back chat.
basically the joke. I was like, I sent Dr. Thunder a Christmas video that I'm not gonna show publicly. But you know, my woman got me a bigger ring and she drizzled on me and shit because I'm the drizzle king and shit. But yeah, that's some inside shit.
There was a joke in there. You let that one slide. You didn't even realize what you said. Thank you. She was trying to cut that. You didn't even realize what you said. Say what you said again, slow, so we can all get our chuckles in. Say again. You got your girl a ring and she did what to you?
Okay, so I'm the drizzle king. Drizzle. Basically, during Christmas, I saw going to the mall and getting a bigger ring. And my woman got me a bigger ring and gave it to me at Christmas. The shit got diamonds. Is that thin ass little crusty one I used to have? You know, she had to upgrade me. You know what I'm saying? You know.
Listen, you know what you need to do, Drizzle King? You need to just go ahead and put some liner on it and switch that to your pinky from now on. That's right. How you need to do it.
Hey, he didn't. True color. He ain't saying what he said the first time.
No, he did.
Leon said, "Let it go." Let that one go. Okay, I'm gonna let it go. But it was funny. It wasn't a pause moment. It was actually pretty funny. Yeah, you said my girl bought me a ring and then she drizzled all over me. I was like, oh, well, I mean, I guess.
What up?
Clutch my invisible pearls. Right?
Can you teach my wife? I need help.
Right. Goddamn, look.
You know, look, we but no.
Right. Look, right. That's definitely not a pause moment, but let me let Demetrius go real quick.
That's my thing. Like, how do we define blackness for kids throughout the time that they're growing up in the middle class?
I don't know if we can. I don't know if that's your.
You know what I'm saying?
I think we're running into the wall of it can't be too broad either. It can't just be, no, you just got the skin color and then whatever. Because there is a political, social. I'll give you a prime example. Army Osei Frimpong said something important. He grew up. I want to say Army grew up in the Bay Area, but I'm not 100% sure. I'm talking about the funky academic, for those of you that don't know. And he said something along the lines, and I want to say I saw this with a cousin, where you have these women, black women, that grow up, and you kind of spoke to it too, Leon. They grow up in these kind of better off environments. They get married sometimes to the corresponding white dude that fits the socioeconomic level that they're at, oftentimes a bit above, and then they wake up from a divorce after 10 years and they're like, what the hell, right? And they don't think about how their social position, their racial position, their political position led to why and how they got to where they are. They wake up out of the stupor, not even realizing how they got there in the first place. I'm saying that to say there is a social, political, and economic reality to being black in America. Even though there are many of us, when I say many, I'm putting that in quotes, that are a bit different. That because of our upbringing or because of our history, and I'm thinking about Dr. Thunder as I'm saying that, and then I'm thinking about Black Uru's daughters while I'm saying that. But like I said earlier, when I listen to Dr. Thunder speak, I don't see someone that's conflicted, right? And we have a number of black people in the black manosphere, black men in the black manosphere, who have been able to elevate out of poverty, or their parents have been able to elevate out of poverty. And I don't hear people that are conflicted about what blackness means as a social, political reality. I think the people that struggle are the people that don't think that's a thing, have never considered it, and you're getting punched in the face with anti-blackness every day, but you think you are an individual and you different, right? So there's black people and their pressure on you. There's what the gynocracy black people would like to put on you. That's different than the overall society and what they got on you. And I think the overall society and what they're trying to place on your shoulders, and not even trying, what they've placed on your shoulders, attempting to ignore that only weighs you down even more. And I want to know what other people think about that. But let me let Demetrius go, and then y'all let me know what y'all think about what I said after. Go ahead, Demetrius.
All right, so you were asking about Yanni earlier.
Yeah.
What you said about the delusion piece. So yeah, I was bored last night, right? And so I've been given the whole man versus bear conversation like a whole lot of play. Like, okay, let me just think about this, okay? Because apparently it's not would you win like if you were up against a bear or like a who would you fight sort of situation. Apparently it's about like it's another one of those conversations where they're talking about how men have like their crime have harmed women and everything. And I was like, why didn't you just say that in the fucking first place? The internet has a horrible way of phrasing things sometimes. Right? We already saw that with the whole defund the police sort of thing.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Yeah, and I was like, if you just said it that way first, then you wouldn't have gotten the reaction that you did. But anyways, I digressed. Yanni was live last night. I didn't stay for the whole thing. I just came in right at the right moment, right? And she was telling the ladies like that you need to embrace your delusion. She said, I wanted a new car. Somehow I got the new car.
Yeah, I remember. She said that before. Yeah.
Right. Okay. So this is my first time hearing about it. And it's like, you know, it reminded me of a song. It was a rock song. I don't know how many of y'all loved Guitar Hero in the early 2000s or 2010s. But my father, he would play Guitar Hero and I would be jamming out with him in the family game room, right, when I was little. And the song that I loved was Living on a Prayer. And it sounds a lot like Yeti is living on a prayer.
Sorry.
What's wrong? You can't
Sorry.
go on.
Living on a prayer.
God damn.
Wait. Hey, Demetrius came in with the jokes because living off of a prayer sounds a whole lot like wait for it, Sierra's prayer. This sounds a whole. You go ahead and finish that delusion because I know that's where you're going. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, it's like a or maybe an evolution of the manifestation conversation, right?
That's what it is.
Right? Because I was like, this sounds a whole lot like that song "Living on a Prayer," man. They're like, take my hand, and we'll make it. I swear.
So once again, the issue with this is, and that's a problem I have. These people who can financially afford, I didn't say their mental state or their emotional state. Financially, they can afford to be single. Financially, they can afford to be a bit delusional. They can really believe in just manifesting in a vacuum. They can believe that because they're winning the money game enough to say these type of dumb things, right? But the working class black woman, lower middle class black woman, you telling her that, especially you saying this to 20-something-year-olds, right? Because I'm willing to put money.
Her audience is young.
Exactly. That's exactly where I'm going. I'm willing to put money.
Audience is, that I would venture to say that it's
35 and younger.
Chrissy's audience.
Yep. 35 and younger. So and I agree with you. That's exactly where I'm going. You telling them that. So you're talking about young black women that are earning some 20 some odd, 30 some odd $1,000 for the most part, maybe 40, 45 if they do it ish kind of sort of. You telling them that delusion is good is the height of negligence. That is the height of that should damn near be illegal.
I'm going to go a different angle on this too, though, because it's not just a matter of these women that actually do have the money, and so they can afford to be reckless themselves, and they don't actually have to be particularly principled and disciplined about about how they talk, about how that impacts the way that they move. I would argue that most of these women actually are broke themselves, and they're just talking this big talk as a manifesting strategy. Because when you actually look at the numbers, Keisha's broke.
Yes.
Keisha ain't got no money.
Yes.
Okay. And even Keisha that is driving a Beamer, a Keisha that, she's got her own place.
It's funny because that's what she got for real though. That's what Yanni has. Go ahead.
Yeah. they're paying student loans out the wazoo. They're in debt up to the
to their
up,
eyeballs.
they're drowning. Right, they're drowning in debt, and they still feel like they have to get their hair done, get their nails done, do all this other stuff that is expensive, and then they got to take these trips. They taking trips on credit cards.
Yes.
Look, man. They even if they're look like they're glamorous, and it seems like they should be doing okay, I would argue that they are one paycheck away from having to take their car back. And so a lot of this big talk, manifesting, believe the delusion, all of that garbage that happens, that's poor people talk. Rich people don't talk like that. People that got money, trust me.
Thank you.
They don't talk like that, and they don't spend like that. They don't spend like that.
Yes.
They go to Target. They go to Target. They go to Walmart. They don't spend like that.
In Creole, we say upat espere, which means you never aspired, but the translation is kind of off. What it really means is you never thought you would have. So when you do have, you don't know how to discipline yourself. You're gonna spend all of it, right? So upat espere means you never thought you would have should be the actual translation. And so now that you have, you don't know how to act. So even if so I hear what you're saying, Dr. Thunder, but I think Yenny does have a couple of dollars. I agree with you that even the Keishas, the black women that may look like they have, it's just all a front. So now we're talking about the pretenders. Some of these rappers are on that. I think Yenny is doing alright-ish financially. At least alright-ish to have a nicer condo wherever she lives and have this Beamer. Okay, fine. With that, you're still selling. And I saw this with Chrissy also. You're still selling something that the vast majority of black women that listen to you, we're not talking about just random black women that are not on YouTube like that. We're saying the women that listen to you, they can't afford to do what you're saying. They can't afford for delusion is good. They can't afford it. They can't afford.
It's actually it's worse than that. It's actually worse than that, right? She's playing with people who don't understand what it is to have money. When I say money, I don't mean you're a multi-millionaire. You could just have $250,000 in the bank, right? The people she's talking to have nowhere near that.
Yes.
Where I live amongst people that drive Bentleys to Publix. This Bentley's parked in front of the Publix near my house. Actually, there's 3 Publixes within 1.5 miles of my house. Right? There's Targets, and they come out in their cars. I've seen 2024 7 Series Beamer and an old ass white lady getting out the car, walking into Target. And she's not wearing a name brand purse, nothing like that. She looked like she's wearing some non-name brand Sketcher types. She got on her little dress, she got her little purse, and she's slowly walking into the entrance of Target. That's how the wealthier people live, right? Now you get the mindset of what these rappers put on. I got this $1 million house I'm walking in and out of. I got 15 cars parked in my garage. Really wealthy people don't have a lot of that stuff because a lot of that stuff technically is,
But here's the thing, Truth Teller.
It's a liability, right? It's a loss financially.
This is why. So I agree with you. Something very important that I want you to put into your formula. But you're mentioning primarily not black people. The reason I think black people in particular are so gun-ho on the materialism, and I'm not saying other people aren't, because I definitely see others, including small hats. I don't know where we get the stereotypes that small hats don't be materialistic as hell. BS, right? So I want to say this. It's because black people, black women in particular, are attempting to make up for not being white women by showing the opulence. You see what I'm saying? So the white woman that you're describing with her 7 Series and she's older, but she's a white woman. So she don't need the name brands because the white skin is the name brand.
I hear you.
Right? There's
black folks in my neighborhood though. Don't get me wrong. It is mostly white, but there's some well-to-do black people in my neighborhood also. I can't knock that. And they're driving some nice ass cars too. They got big houses. Like in my community, the average home cost is about $1.5 million. So this is a very nice area. and we're in Florida, by the way, y'all. So this is not like saying it's in Baltimore, New York, where $1.5 million will get you a goddamn tin box. Here, $1.5 million in Central, and this is Central Florida. $1.5 million gets you a really big house. So the fact that that's the average around here, these people, even the black people, they are doing very well in this neighborhood. I can't knock that. I can't knock that at all. But they don't act like that either, right? Usually when you see the guy, him and his wife, and they going somewhere, they're in a nice car. But he looked like he was like he's about to go play basketball after they do whatever it is that they're doing, and she's just wearing regular clothes. It's not crazy. She's not walking around with the Hermes purses. I guess I'm sure she got them. But it's just not, I'm not going out with it every day just because this is the only one I got. That's not how they live. It just is.
And, because I want to get back to Demetrius, because what I think this I can't take this rhetoric, and it's not just black women. I can't take black people generally speaking, and I'm saying that as a person that I like nice stuff too. I like nice stuff. It's just, I know better. First of all, I can't afford half this stuff. But secondly, I know better than to talk like this, even knowing right now, income-wise, because it's not wealth. I already spoke to my parents. I ain't getting left much. Right. Income-wise, I'm doing better than most black people and most people in America. But that ain't saying nothing because I ain't touched no $100,000. I don't know what y'all talking about. Right. So in me knowing that, I don't talk reckless like this, because you never know what 16, 17-year-old is listening to me. You never know what 22, 23-year-old is listening to me. And I don't want, because black men can least afford to be delusional. That we're the group of people that can least afford it, right? And there is a thin line to walk between aspiration, not toxic aspirationalism, but aspiration and inspiration, and then just straight up delusion, right? And I think straight up delusion,
hope versus delusion.
Yeah, right, exactly. So when you listen to these content creators across social medias, this is not even just a YouTube thing. They think they're saying motivational things, but really you're inspiring delusion out of young people, particularly the women. Particularly the women. Yeah, exactly.
Let's just say it right. Let's just say they're inspiring losers is what they're doing.
Ooh,
that's all they're doing. They're just making losers, man. Because it's not a winning strategy. It's actually a strategy you would do if you plan to lose. And if they want to lose, I say let them do.
So in other words, it's the comforter for losing. Shout out to Shy. It's right, like the comforter for losing.
By the way, EO. Let me in for a minute, right? First of all, Demetrius and True Teller, we've got better you up in here. You know better than to be talking about Yanny like that. Right now, you know what he's playing? I know good and well. Better you right now is listen to Future Baby Mama by Prince when he thinks about her.
No, he's just listening to the future. He's just listening to the future right now, thinking about Yanny and Baby Mama.
There's a song. Yeah, there's a song. There's actually a song. There's actually a song by Prince. It's on the Planet Earth album in 2007.
Yeah, I remember
the track is called Future Baby Mama. And of course, the follow-up to that song is called... And
you playing like we actually going in on Yanny for real. This is light. This is light.
No, I'm going in on Better You, actually. But, but understand what I'm trying to say here. And by the way, Mrs. V, it was just... we just passed the 316 mark, so I have to say, give me a hell yeah.
I'm lost.
Oh, and y'all don't know the song. Oh, fuck y'all with the song. Y'all know the Stone Cold reference. Damn it. Never mind.
Now we're not talking about 316s no more. Now after Kendrick, we all talking 616s now. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm gonna drop down, but I'll still be listening. I'm gonna drop down, but I'll still be listening. Thanks a lot.
All right, Doc. And if you hear anything you want to come back up, just let me know. I'll drop the link.
Thank you so much for that info too, Doc.
Yes, sir.
Be well, folks.
Happy Easter, Dr. Thunder. Happy Easter.
Have a happy rest of your Sunday. Go ahead.
By the way, Z, how you going to talk to me like that? Besides, you know better than to be dumping on me like that, considering I'm trying to grow out my hair for your lace front. I don't know why John.
I don't know where the hell these new Negroes. Real quick, Naaman, real quick. I don't know where these new Negroes are coming from with these hair toupees. Back in my day, when you bald, you just let it go, and you grow a beard, and you make up for it with the gym and a beard or something. Or if you take the Rick Ross route, you just grow a gut and be the fat dude with the beard and still pull them. These new Negroes is wearing hair and get tatted, and these new Negroes are trying to get toupees and stuff. I thought that was a white man thing, but apparently not. Getting sew-ins and wearing, like you said, lace fronts like they Beyonce or somebody. Go ahead.
Well, okay. To be honest,
excuse me.
Wait.
Oh,
so finish up Neymar and then Demetrius. Go ahead, Neymar.
Demetrius.
No, Demetrius hasn't spoken as much as you, and so you can't say nothing. Go ahead.
Okay. And the black calls almost came out. But it's like, well, in your case, since you don't want to use the lace front, and you talk about grow out a gut like Rick Ross, does that mean I have to start singing Officer Ricky by 50 Cent?
Hey, Rick Ross is the one dude that 50 Cent couldn't destroy. Shout out to my fellow Dade brother.
Officer Ricky!
It didn't work.
Yeah, that too. Well, you don't look like Kimbo Slice, right? You don't even have the knockout power. Then again, you're Haitian, not Bahamian. So, it was all.
By the way, I finally remembered. His name is Thaddeus Russell. He actually has a channel on YouTube now called, I think it's Unsomething History. So I can't remember what the channel is. Something I can't remember, but I listen to him sparingly because every once in a while he gives me angry that I was the white professor in black spaces that wasn't taken seriously, and the black women got bumped up ahead of me just because they're black women, which I can understand. So he gives me that vibe, which once again I can understand. But when he did the interview, and I hope you can find it, he did 2 interviews, I want to say, on Joe Rogan, and both of them there was a lot of a white man would say that, but it's factually accurate information in there, where I don't know how many black scholars you would have say the things he said, right? So take what he's saying with a grain of salt and understand and appreciate the angle that he's going to come from, because he's not going to come from the angle of quote unquote pro-black as a white man, right? So yeah, but his name is Thaddeus Russell. Yeah. I remembered it once I read your comment. I remembered it. But go ahead, hurry up, Neymar, so we can get Demetrius.
I just wanted to just say something about the whole concept of blackness and everything, especially coming from a European context. Because in my case, here in Norway, they try to pigeon all of us into one or two nationalities when they think of blackness. It's either they're thinking we're all Nigerians, or for those of us who are East Africans like myself, they keep referring to us as Somalis. And not only only that.
Is that as a pejorative, Neymar? Are they saying Somali as a pejorative, or they just throw y'all into the Somali camp?
They throw us into the Somali camp. It's similar to like how like Central Americans are always grouped in with Mexicans, or like
yes. Okay,
like that.
I get what you're saying.
Not only that, it goes deeper with us, because they're gonna assume, all right, because you're black, you're automatically Muslim, despite the fact many of us are actually Christians, and they always try to assume this, that, and third about all of us. They think that we're drug dealers and this, that, and third. I mean, I've seen it in Norwegian in Nordic entertainment half the time. Certain shows they talk about like what the hell's going on, like because you've seen the news what's going on in Sweden in the last few years, right?
Yes.
Especially with the violence and shit, and how that spilled over into Norway and also across the Baltic in Denmark. So
it's like an anti-immigrant push right now.
Oh, it's an anti-immigrant push, but they try to say Muslim, but it's just black and brown. Even when I talk about
you mean so they doing y'all like how they do black people in America? It's not anti-black, it's law and order. Okay, yeah, that's it. Go ahead.
Shit, do you remember what I said about the migrant crisis 2015? And this would hit home. Would hit home to you. How many times I said this? When the migrant crisis hit, and you saw the train of people crossing the Aegean Sea from Turkey into Greece and trying to get to Germany. Those folks were viewed the same way, so folks in like Cubans are viewed in South Florida. What does that make us African folks who are crossing trying to get into Europe?
Oh, the Haitians.
What does that make us? Exactly. Because just like Haitians, we got to cross the Mediterranean to get to y'all, and they would rather we all drown than to come over there.
But let me pause you right there.
Go ahead.
Let me let Demetrius get in real quick. Go ahead, Demetrius.
Okay, so yeah, with that whole like hairstyling thing that you was talking about, let me tell you, going to an HBCU, right? I ain't see too much wild stuff. Then again, I do go to, well, it is the only HBCU here in this state. But anyways, right.
Go ahead and tell them that these brothers is wearing tights and weaves. Go ahead, Demetrius. Tell your truth, Demetrius. Go ahead. let them know that these brothers out here wearing high heels with weaves and tights on. We know.
I mean, not really.
Shout out to Morehouse.
Not too many. I've only seen it a couple times, to be honest. And this one dude, he flat ironed his hair.
Hey,
and I was like, all right, bro. And like, you know, when you have your sister and like she try to flat iron her hair or something, and it look matted or whatever. Yeah.
It's halfway.
Yeah. I was like, all right, bro. I'm just trying to go to class. He was trying to give me like this party flyer. Right now, I was like, all right, bro, nah.
Not even my type of party.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, I don't see too much of it, but occasionally, what you will see is like a dude with braids, and I mean like with the seashells and the
I know what you
glitter and like the gold lining streamer, and I'm like, and when you see it, it's kind of jarring. But then you just mind your business and you just pretend like it's not there.
I had to do a test for my algebra class. I went out of town and we had a major test. So the professor, I got lucky and they let me come to class to take it. And it was an online class. So I had to go all the way South Miami to take this test because how it was registered, the professor was down there. So drove to South Miami, which I've only been down that way like a few times throughout my life. Get to the campus and I'm looking for the class. So I'm asking around and one of the people I asked is a brother. I kid you not. Fire red. Okay, so he had a fade and at the top of the fade, instead of being blonde or something like that, it's fire red. And that fire red matches the tights he has on. I'm not joking. He has boots on, not like Timberland boots, but like these tall ass boots on. And then he has like this leather jacket and this black kind of halter top. And I get it. Like because when you're on the campus, all you see in South Miami where I was is white folks and Latino folks, mainly white Latino folks. And he's one of the few black people I saw on the campus where I was at least. And so I got it. I understood. I was like, I get it. I get it. And this is not a brother that's just trying to stand out. He is clearly flaming, pun intended, flaming red LGBTQ brother. Nope. That's not what he was doing. Trust me. Right? He's clearly flaming red LGBTQ. And I got it. I understood when you're there and you were on the campus and you see all the white folks and all the white Latino folks and he's one of the few brothers there. You understand
why he has.
You may
to
not
be
agree
so
with
flary.
it, but you understand what he's doing. Go ahead.
Yeah, you understand why he's being so, loud with it.
Yeah, look at me, but also I'm not a threat.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Chaos, you've been silent, man. What's up?
Chaos. Okay, I guess he's just listening for now. But yeah, no, it's
okay.
No,
Hello?
Yeah, no, we can. Go ahead.
Yeah. 1 second, guys. Hold on. Let me get to the monitor. Make sure I see everybody because I was multitasking. Okay.
But talking about that, let me read this real quick. Thank you. Wait. Before you even say, and Detroit put up here, DL Hughley said, because I had this up for the longest. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. And Detroit said, DL Hughley said, black men are bashing black women. Excuse me, let's do that again. DL Hughley said, black men are bashing more than black women all over social media. Okay, let me say this. And after this chaos, I am so sick and tired of black quote unquote elders playing guard dog for their mean ass, condescending, entitled, rude, minimizing ass daughters. Dear DL Hughley, your daughters are rude, condescending, and I say your daughters, not your individual daughter. Your daughters, black young women, I'm saying young as in under the age of 45, I'm being super, super generous with that, are some of the meanest women on planet Earth, particularly concerning black men. And so, have you ever considered that black men and boys are responding to your entitled daughters that oftentimes you dads, black dads, raised them to be? Have you ever considered that? That we're responding to your anti-black ass black daughters? I said it the way I meant it. Have you ever considered that y'all raise your daughters to be the most entitled anti-black wannabe white women humanly possible? And that when we're responding, you're seeing us responding to your daughters, but you're not watching what your daughters are saying. Once again, we're getting back to the Kevin Samuels. Oh, look at Kevin Samuels, and he's so anti-black women, and look at him in the misogynist and the misogynoir. And yet, y'all, nobody's paying attention to the fact that your daughters are coming on asking for men to be essentially walking wallets and overglorified guard dogs. But nobody's paying attention to that, right? So no, DL Hughley, Steve Harvey, all the rest of these goddamn boomer and older extra black men playing tackle for their mean ass call. No, tell your daughter to go end up with a white man and go eat some vagina. How about that? And I'll pause right there. Y'all go ahead.
Okay,
It's ironic that you said.
Let Chaos go and then we'll have Dr. Dunham.
Man, you know, the ladies. They always want to get what they want, but they don't qualify what they want, unfortunately. You know, I remember one time you did a stream, Mr. Z, how they get so jealous, say, why you could date out and I can't because we could, and say just eat it. You know, black women in the West ain't eating shit. You know what I'm saying? Because the American system gives them luxury. Matter of fact, more women, Western women especially, come here because they know the freedom they get over here. They watch it, they hear it from their friends. They make conscious efforts to do two things: find a nice dude that's gonna be a sucker to bring them over here, or they pay their way to come over here. Either or, this is the haven for pussy to run free, roam, and control men. I would tell most personally, and I told to my friend, your recent baby mama would not be so luxury to do this if she was not here in America. You get me? With your kid. You know, she moves away. She does because she know the Mr. Charlie puts a system in place to make it easier for women to run over men. You know, and one thing they do is they really pacify these boys to the point once they get to a certain age, they get run on, they get gang up by the bitch. And you as a man, depending if you have kids or not, your job is to redirect your children, your males, and also teach your daughters even more, so that way they don't get caught up on this game here, especially the boys, because you know right now even some of them that can get sex or cannot get sex, they are gonna obviously, you know, like always, gonna not play at all, you know. And one thing, I don't advocate the tricking and the transactional thing, and the reason why I don't say it, I don't even promote it anyway, because I'll be honest with you, most of the women really don't deserve it, and they should not be asking for it. Look at the demands now. Even to the point now, you hear some of them now. Even you notice on the other side, Mr. Z, one had a whole bunch of ladies, and they're preparing an event, maybe next month, for all the kitty cats to sit there, tell me how bad man is, and then advocate to eat pussy. So let me you know what I'm talking about, Mr. Z. I'm not gonna go.
Let me be very clear. I'm probably gonna end the stream a little bit because I'm gonna do a whole separate stream on this DL Hughley thing. I'm gonna watch it and I'm gonna do a whole separate stream on that. I really mean what I'm saying. What we have going on here is black men like DL Hughley playing interference for their mean ass daughters. Look, we don't owe your daughter marriage, relationship, children, none of raise a better product, or tell your daughter to go end up with a non-black man or go eat some vagina. Right? I'm so sick of this people raising these weirdo black women, these mean ass matriarchal, if you want to be kind, gynocratic daughters and then telling black men, well, this is the product, and you go ahead and buy it at the as the highest bidder. Absolutely not. Tell your daughter go end up with that Mexican dude or that white dude or whoever. Isn't Paul Mooney daughter with a Mexican? Thank you. Go over there. I'm tired of these boomers and Xers, black men. Shout out to Black Uru and Art New Style and BGS for not raising these type of Art New Style don't have a daughter, but
ungrateful chicks.
Just mean ass women, and then the black men and these young black men and Steve Harvey too. These black boys, it's your job to raise a family. No.
The irony about that,
bro. Wait, because I'm gonna rant right now. Man, when y'all, I hate the fact that the way they framed Kevin, it drives me insane because he said she was built like a linebacker. Did you hear how she was speaking about black men? Oh, we're gonna ignore that. Oh, because we just used to chastising black men in the black community and then framing it like it's constructive criticism. And then you wonder why the second your sons get a couple of dollars, they go end up with a Latina or the white woman. Man, if y'all don't get that, and by the way, that's still factually inaccurate, but if y'all want to go with the stereotype, then we'll go with it. Right? I'm so tired, man, this pandering to black women and girls with you're right, the black boys and the men is the problem. And your sons hear that, and then they end up with the non-black woman.
It's ironic you mentioned D.L. Hughley in particular, because here's the situation with him and his kids, his three kids. He's got two daughters. One's married. The other is in a same-sex relationship. Okay?
I don't mean that to laugh at him. I'm just saying. Go ahead.
Wait. I'm getting to it. So buzz your hair with the plum wine I got you for.
Go ahead.
Damn it. Anyway, the irony about that, like I said, he has a daughter who's married. No, one is married to a man, the other is married to a woman. And the irony is he's got a son. His middle child is a son, and his son is on the spectrum. But that kid,
I know,
graduated.
I remember that.
Graduated, made the dean's list and everything. He graduated with honors and everything, despite being on the spectrum. And the funny thing is, his son brought home a white girlfriend. And he talked about it on his comedy special, The Contrarian, talking about the having a mixed race grandchild and whatnot. Who else is also like you said? What's his name? Paul Mooney has a daughter who's married to had a son, has a Mexican son-in-law. Well, has a Mexican son-in-law. R.I.P. But it's ironic when people talk about this shit and forget that some of their sons are involved with non-black women. I mean,
and there's something to be said about wealth and class, and having your children in different environments that are, as Dr. Thunder was saying, and Trell said, proximity. You're in proximity, to non-black folks because you have the money, so you send your kids to better schools with, for the education. Fine, I get that. Fine. Yeah. And so they're more likely to end up with a non-black person, probably a white person. Fine. And then you see these comments online and you never, ever consider, or you're pandering, so you're lying, that these boys are not just sniping. These men are not just sniping at black women. So when you say, and I'm going to watch it, when we say black men are doing far more bashing, bruh, there is no making up for black women talking about deleting unborn black male babies. There is no, black men have said nothing close to that. There is no celebrating Koreans and then black women here in America and American women not having children as a middle finger to black men and men in general in America. Black men are not talking nothing like that. So whatever black girls and women have their little hurt feelings because they're getting into the dozens with black men and they're getting eviscerated on social media. No, if you enter the conversation and you calling black men all type of dusties and losers, and you're comparing black men to white men, and you're saying black men are not on the level, then when black women respond back, you don't get to run to your daddy D.L. Hughley or Steve Harvey or whoever, and then have them come wave their finger at us. No. Go eat
I
some vagina
remember,
or go end up with the white dude. Go ahead.
I remember certain women, and this is nurture, who got with a white guy and they just act a certain way because of it. And I was like, I'm surprised by it. Because I already foresaw some of this shit. I'm 18, 19 years old watching, witnessing all this. And I remember some guys were bugging about it. I'm like, leave it alone, leave it be, because a lot of them were not born outside, but they understand like the whole thing about at art, because it was all right, it was acceptable for her to interact with a white dude. But if we interacted with a white woman, oh, you catch all kinds of hell. That's why I never got into an interracial relationship when I was back home, because I knew people talk. But also, as far as DL views, DL was talking about all men fast and everything. What is he talking about exactly? Is he talking about the whole drizzle? Is it about?
I don't know. I don't know yet. I haven't watched it. But yeah,
so we gotta understand
I'll cover it later.
Exactly. We need to understand what exactly he means and what is he referencing to, because some of this shit is said in a manner that is purposely vague, and it's meant to get a reaction. So I can understand you being upset about it, but I'm like, yo, this is not the time to be upset about it, because maybe he's coming from it from a misdirected view, or maybe he's being purposely vague. We got to find out what the fuck is he talking about exactly to know where he's coming from. That way we can better counter it. You know what I'm saying? So we got to watch what he's saying.
I have it already queued up. I'm gonna watch it after we get off, and I'm gonna probably do a whole stream about it in a little bit. Yeah, no, I'm like I said, this thing really annoys me. We have to be, as black men, definitely black men, part of the black manosphere, we have to be vigilant about some of these messages, and how they're directed towards us, and what is said about us, right? Because what we will have is even black men, other black men, playing into this stereotype that black men are jealous of black women's success, that black men can't handle black women's success, that black men are all this type of colorist on the level of Nazis, that that black men are jealous of white men, so we take white women as white men's trophy. All of this weirdo stuff that
AKA Mouse.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Mouse from the Grapevine. Yes, absolutely. Who is now on what's the Madam War and whatever. And yeah, so we have to be vigilant to fight back against that. And now I'm not being measured necessarily right now, but in a measured and concise way, right? In a calm way. Because to be 100% honest with you, and y'all give Z 1 second. We're back. Yeah, my bad, y'all. But yeah, so the reason why we have to push back against this is because this sentiment is coming from black women, and black men are regurgitating it, thinking, "Oh no, I've seen this." Shut up. No, I was at the barbershop. Shut up. Right? Because you're not actually being honest about exactly what's happening. Women are saying crazy stuff and men are responding, and then all we ever do is speak about the men responding. A woman gets to go on to Daily Wrap-Up Crew, to Kevin Samuels, jumps on Roger's stream, jumps on Crew Season, and talk all type of, I could go pick me a white man and Latino man and an Asian man. Oh, black men don't do this. Black men aren't this, right? Call black men mediocre like Ebony K. Williams, right? Speak about how the black community doesn't respect class. Let me reframe that for you so you can really understand what they're saying. I'm a black woman and I went to this school. I'm a better class than the majority of black men. Stop telling me to end up with one of those losers. And we allow for black women to talk like this over and over and over again. And black men are supposed to do what? Oh yeah, I forgot. Shut up and sit in the corner and eat that.
Yeah.
And your young black boys and men that don't do that are then called misogynist and sexist and misogynorist, etc., instead of sitting there and allowing bitter, angry, single black women that have PhDs, that have letters either before or after their name, for those young black men that push back on this type of anti-black male rhetoric, right? They're called all type of misogynorist and misogynist and sexist, instead of sitting there and being insulted by the likes of either a Tiffany Cross or Dr. Chris Marsh, etc., Instead of having the misandry in the black community intellectualized, or having some system from around the way just insult them straight up, instead of these young black men in particular just sitting there and eating it because your daughters frame it like, no, I'm looking for a black man, it's just that, they're too sexist and colorist, and just because your daughters frame it like they're the victims of black men does not mean they're actually the victims of black men. They're throwing rocks and hiding their hands, and then you're acting like, oh yeah, the black men should be bashing the black
We
women.
saw that with B. Taylor a little bit.
See?
Even though that was LGBT.
Literally. So that's what's going on, and I'm so tired. I am sick and tired of other black men running interference for their daughters. And when I say their daughters, once again, we're not just speaking about their individual biological daughters, but young black women and girls as a whole. No, if they're in it, then they're in it. And whatever, if your daughter is out here speaking reckless about black boys and black men, then she does not get to play victim when they either freeze her out or respond in kind. Oh no, we're supposed to be above that shit. Right? Should we be above that? Maybe if we were under a different system.
Z, I got something to say to that.
Go ahead. And then we're gonna get Dr.
that the idea. Go ahead first. Go.
No, go ahead. Give me 2 seconds.
And then
go ahead. And then what? You said responding. Okay. I don't know how to pronounce this, so we'll just say the doc. Go ahead.
Okay. Cool. So, you remember Professor Odie and all that, some of his talking points and all that, right? Mm-hmm. The idea that men should never be able to, or should never respond in kind to women is because it's like the infantilization of women. He usually talks about this when he's addressing or criticizing chivalry, talking about how it came from the Victorian era in Europe to show women that you are not a threat to them, because apparently dudes were just straight up, graping women in the street. So, I mean, this has been my critique of like even the people who criticize the drizzle movement, or the dudes who want to, do stuff out of the ordinary inside of a relationship, like 50-50 and all that, are outside of tradition. It's progressive, right? Like, this is what you wanted, except you're not being honest about what you want. You're not saying it how you actually want it. And that's the part that Professor Odie doesn't pay homage to. That's the part that Mouse does not pay homage to. That's the part that Steve Harvey does not pay homage to. Because especially Steve Harvey, because Steve Harvey's surrounded by all those ladies. Yep. And he willfully ignores what they're saying, because he believes that he literally believes what they're saying when he's had some of the most heinous people on his platform. And instead of looking at it as okay, I don't know these people from chalk paint, he wants the best for these people just because they come around him. And I don't know about you, but if I had a fan base and I knew that at least half of them were shitty people, I want them out of there.
I think we understand that currently in our current environment, economic environment, women hold the purse strings, right? Even though men earn more, women are the deciding factors. They're the ones who's really spending the money and directing where the money goes for the most part. I think the entire corporate sector understands this. The banking sector understands this, and we know this. And because of that, it is a cold, hard calculation that we are going to back the women. It's not moral. It's not whether it's quote unquote right or wrong. It's what makes the best economic sense. And what women are hearing from that is not what I just said. They're hearing we're on the right side of history. That's why the thumb is put on the scales for us, because our brothers are inept, are incapable, are immature. And so the system is backing us. How does that tie to Steve Harvey and whatnot? These people are making cold, calculated decisions more often than not to back their daughters over their sons. Generally speaking, I'm not speaking once again about their individual daughters. Now, I'm saying that for white society, the Dave Ramsey's better yet. Now, let me make the distinction between the black community and everyone else. The Dave Ramseys are backing the women. Steve Harvey and them are backing the women because they come from a gynocracy. We should expect them to. They should know better, but we should expect them to default to backing the girls and the women because they come from a gynocracy. So whether they know better or not, you can't expect them to be like Malcolm and speak about the gynocracy a bit. Oops. Or Martin, who once again also spoke about the gynocracy also, right? A James Baldwin, whoops, that also spoke about the gynocracy, right? A James Earl Jones, oops, who also spoke about the gynocracy. We can't expect them to do it because that's going to mess with their money, and that's why they're here. Unlike the scholars and the civil rights leaders that I mentioned before, the actors that I mentioned before, they weren't all about the money. These black entertainers, yes, even the older ones, definitely, are about their money. They're not going to mess up their money speaking truths to and about black women. Tyler Perry, that's him and how he said what he said in that interview and his framing of it and telling black women to calm down a bit. That's about the best you're going to get from a black entertainer. Is them using a lie. Once again, black men earn more than black women, Tyler Perry. To kind of them using a lie to tell black women, okay, calm down. Maybe he can only afford this one bill, but it might behoove you to still give him a chance. That's the best we're gonna get from black male entertainers for the most part. Yes, every once in a while you'll have one that says something more quote unquote extreme than that, but for the most part, that Tyler Perry interview is the best you're gonna get.
Well,
and that drives me crazy. Go ahead.
Well, I would say even with that though, I feel like this whole drizzle thing has really gotten at the heart of something as of recent. Like,
yep.
In some cities, some women do make more than some men, but the thing of it is, like, what are you making this money for? So if you're still expecting me to have all of these obligations on my head, on my back, on my shoulders, and basically you saying that you want to outdo me as well, but not contribute, like, nah, that's where I really agree with the shit. Like, yeah, drizzle, like, give me a new PlayStation 5. You'll put me in a goddamn Audi. Like, we getting that penthouse apartment. Like, I'm gonna be living good.
Yep. It's important. No, what you're saying is important because what you're talking about is the unintended consequences, the second order effects of equality. Right? That's the part that nobody wants to talk about, because what men were supposed to do, this is the unwritten part of the agreement, was as feminism came in, men were supposed to still do the patriarchal duties that women appreciate. That's the provide, protect part. While she also, if she wants to work, works. And if she wants to take care of the home, take care of the home. But no matter what, your financial contribution was always supposed to be that. Your time investment was supposed to actually go up. So in other words, you're still supposed to be paymaster 3,000, but now you're supposed to help around the house and wash dishes and stuff if you weren't already doing that. Right? It was never supposed to be really equality. And nobody wants to say that part, except for some handful of white women. Imagine that. A handful of white women. And we're not talking about the white manosphere. We're not speaking about, no. A handful of white women are the only ones, for the most part. A couple of black women, mainly associated with the black manosphere, are willing to admit, oh yeah, no, when you tell the women what equality really look like, that's when they're like, oh, hell no. Right? So, like, that, let's be very clear. These Steve Harvey types, these D.L. Hughley, somebody said, Cat Williams said that too in a recent, Detroit says that, and thank you for the super chat. Add Cat Williams on that list as well, of these people that keep on kind of once again, putting their thumb on the scales for black women, acting like black women have no agency whatsoever. Like, they're not out here. Yeah, no, it's not just black women are being verbally or rhetorically punched in the mouth. No, they're knocking people out with their extreme sexism towards black men. And like, all of y'all are mums the word when your daughters are out here talking reckless about black men. And let me finish with this, and then you, Demetrius. Because you think black men deserve it, right? Let's be very clear. These black men think black boys and men deserve black women's sexism and misandry. They think black women deserve for them to put their thumb on the scales for black women and girls. And if that's the case, then I hope you can find, if you can't find the right black young man to wife up your daughters and granddaughters, then I hope you can find the right non-black man or the right other woman, probably a black woman. And that's the way it's gonna be. And let's have how do you pronounce your name? I'm not 100% sure. Dr. C. We'll say Dr. C, and then we'll have
Yep, it's
Demetrius.
Dr. C, the most dusty MD.
Okay,
Right?
okay. What's going on?
Right, because
Mhm.
it's nothing wrong with embracing it. So I've been Mr. Z. I've been listening to you off and on for a while. What ends up happening is that you'll come on in the morning, and then Dr. Thunder will come on, and then when Dr. Thunder comes on, I know it's time for me to get out the door. Make sure I'm making it to work. Make sure I'm starting work. So anyway,
Yeah, it happens like that sometimes.
Right, but so yeah, man, I agree with you. Like, there's some things that have been going on that, I mean, really what it is, most American people aren't smart enough to even understand what's really happening. Like, they're not smart enough to work in their own best interest because they've been trained to work out of their own best interest. And I'll give a quick example. One example is that marriage now should be more, like, it's more important now than probably it was in the, I'll say, 60s and 70s. I wasn't around then, but I'll just say that, right? Because with the type of inflation that we're having, the dollar is constantly losing its power, which means you need more income in the home because more people are fighting for the same dollar, which means that dollar is getting split up into more and more parts. So you need more people to put together two little pieces of paper, and eventually when you get 500 pieces of paper together, 250 a piece, I'll just say it like that, then you can finally make $1, right? But you got to actually get those little torn pieces and put them together because we're all fighting over the same, like, mythical dollar or whatnot. And people don't have enough sense to do some things in their own best interest. So I say let them go, because if I'm gonna say this now, land. So a lot of people, especially black women and black people in the United States, they always want to talk about black, although they can't define black. That's one thing, right? And then they want to take all the negativity of American society, put it on black, and then those people want to then turn around and claim that as well. But at the same time, they're going to take the white feminist viewpoint to try to put that onto feminism when the women, the silent generation, and the older, what is that, boomers, I guess, the older boomers already know this isn't for us. It's not for us. So people want to be so separate, like, oh, we're black and we're this and we're the biggest victims. At the same time, you're over here championing the agenda of somebody who you self-proclaim is your enemy, and you're a champion of their agenda, which is destroying you, which proves they're not your friend. But they're not smart enough to see that, and I land my plane.
I'll give you something to consider, and I think especially with how you closed out your outro, I play with this notion more and more that whether people know how to articulate it or not, especially for black women, it is self-destruct. If I can't be the upper middle class and above white woman, then why should I be here? Better yet, why should you be here, black man? Right? And I don't think we really appreciate, as sensible black people, namely sensible black men, how many black people, namely black women, mainly black women, feel that way. I use the word feel because I don't think they can even truly articulate it. That if I can't be the upper middle class white woman, then why should there be, and shout out to Cynthia G because she essentially said it, why should there even be a black community? Right? Why should black people even exist? If you can't make, and as a matter of fact, I've referenced this before, one of Divested Zealots panelists said this once, we gave them 60 years. In other words, since the end of Jim Crow on paper, black men have had 60 years to build black women a Wakanda and essentially make black women the equivalent to elite white women. And because black men haven't done that, then well, that's the reason for a divested zealot and her posse of neo-Nazi black women. And I call them neo-Nazi black women because if y'all ever been over there, woo, y'all thought Chrissy and them were bad. Y'all ain't hearing nothing yet until y'all hear those straight up Nazi ass black women, right? Like it's so crazy that divested zealot mocks the Cynthia G's and the Chrissies and whatnot by saying y'all had hope in black men. I ain't never ever since, and it sounds like she's traumatized from childhood trauma because I think she said either since 14 or 16. I want to say 16. She knew better, right? And so her husband children with this white man. So in other words, what she's saying is she knew at an early age, she didn't have to get her heart broken from a black man. She knew from an early age not to deal with black men. So it, like I said, it sounds like she's dealing with some youthful rejection trauma or something
Self-hate.
she's seen from a, say that again?
Self-hate.
Yeah, so maybe some of the environments that she was in, yes, self-hate from a young age, and so she didn't have some of these experiences, but yet you're still hearing her sound like a Nazi. I say all of that to say, once again, the black men who back these people and defend these people, whether they know these people or not, these are the people that black men are responding to. Right, that including yours truly, and I'll pause right there. And I think Demetrius, you got something to say. Go ahead.
Yeah.
And better you, I think, did you have something to say also, or was
I
it name
did.
or okay, name it after. Okay, go ahead. But go ahead, Demetrius, and then.
So here's the thing, right? I get the whole thing about what you're saying, but like, and to an extent, I agree, right? With the whole critique of the divestors, and then what it means to be black, and then how that clashes about and makes more divestors in the process. That, at least that's how I interpreted it, right? So here's my thing, right? I get the whole class difference, and I get the whole how class comes into play in this, and the childhood upbringing comes into this. But at the same time, like this is coming off as a whole bunch of like, this comes off as like excuses. I hate to say it like that. Excuses not to intermingle with people who are a part of your community, who don't necessarily even think they're better than you. They think they're one with you. And even if you think you're better, if you intermingle with these people for long enough, you will probably come out of that idea. So the space that I'm coming from is this is coming off as excuses, because one of the things that you've said on this channel, Z, is especially with the African gals that come over here and think they're better than American black people. I met a gal like that on campus, like freshman year back in 2019. She was saying stuff like, "Oh, you black people are so lazy," and now post COVID, she changed her tune, right? And so,
what experience did she have that you think did that?
She probably got jumped or some shit. She was going around campus saying that, and I was like, why does everybody hate her? Maybe she's just misunderstood. Oh no, she's not. So maybe like after enough intermingling or getting jumped, right? She changed her tune, and I'm like, maybe that's what needs to. I'm not even talking about the jumping part for these divestor ladies, but it sounds like they didn't even really try. You just have this superiority complex, and you calling everybody else narcissists and saying there's a narcissist epidemic in the Black community, and talking points like that seems like a projection from you.
But Demetrius, here's the thing. Aren't you as a Black man a narcissist if you don't acknowledge that Black women are the best thing to ever happen on planet Earth? In the universe? Aren't you a narcissist as a Black man if you don't worship the ground that Black women walk on? Aren't you a narcissist as a Black man if you don't become a professional in your career, you don't become rich and famous and wealthy, and then go out of your way to marry the most overweight, mean, condescending, rude, loud, obnoxious Black woman humanly possible, and put her on a pedestal as an equivalent
by your definition,
beauty standard? As a white woman, yeah, exactly. That's my point. Like
by your definition, like the thing is, you're talking as if they're anything to go off of, as if they're actually accredited. Now, if they are, then they're just using their title and abusing it, right? And that's the thing that disturbs me a little bit. Like, okay, so I just spoke a little bit a while ago. I don't know if you heard the background noise. But I'm actually like dual watching. I'm on this panel, and I'm also watching Ole's stream. And
I saw the thumbnail pop up.
Right. And in Ole's background is like a portrait of her, and it's either a white dude or a white woman or a really, really, really bright-skinned Black man, right? And I keep thinking about, like, with what I just said, I keep thinking about her origin story and how she came about, right? Her dating the white dudes, and then now she all pro-Black and everything. And I'm like, I get what you're saying, Z, with the whole stay over there thing, but Ole, let me say it like this. I'd rather have an Ole than a Diverster in my company.
Yeah. I can understand what you're saying. As a matter of fact, and Ole has said multiple times, like, if you, for all you Black women that talk about these white men, essentially she's saying you talk about them like they're gods. I'm telling you, ain't nobody gonna hurt you like they can. And like the Black women that's hell bent on like F Black men, they don't hear that. It don't to them. They're willing to take the risk, and I kind of actually, to tell you the truth, can appreciate that. Just stay over there. Yeah, no, the thing with Ole, I think, first, this is a person who actually mingled with the white dude and it didn't work out, right? And so there's no, like, whatever delusion she may have had before the fact, she now sees that's not where it is. And let's be very clear, most of the women that's talking like this have never done anything with the white man. Most of them have never done anything with no Latino dude.
They're probably afraid of white men.
Yeah,
TikTok.
Yeah, and right now, to be honest with you, it really is just gaslighting tactics towards Black men. Now, there are some Black women that really mean this. They have really engaged with white dudes, or they are currently in a situation with a white guy. Or when I say white, I really mean any non-Black man, but white guy in particular. There are those women, but for the most part, they're just trying to be as nasty as humanly possible to Black men, and they think Black men see white men the way Black women see white women, and it's just not the case. They really want us to be jealous of white men. They want us to compare ourselves to white men and deem ourselves lacking and hate what we see in the mirror, so that they can be like, see? And
what is what is it about white men that makes us feel lacking?
Yeah, exactly, because that's not about how we feel about white men. It's how Black women wish we felt about white men.
Because they're projecting their own, and what it is basically them projecting their own insecurities when compared to a white woman, when they think that's how we view white women, which is not true.
Secondly, side note, Mr. Z, I actually agree with you on your point about not being there to catch them when they fall. Is like the way I imagine it, like they get kicked off Mount Olympus and go curse flat, and like they get up all wobbly, and I'm like, hey, now what did we learn?
Right, but I'm telling you, like, I get people
hey,
that
man,
like,
you gotta try this chicken Alfredo. You know,
right?
I know you just fell off Mount Olympus, but you got this shit the bomb, man.
Oh man, like it's. I get where Ed. What is that better? You trying to go?
Yeah,
No, actually,
Yeah, go ahead. I'll have to.
Yo, I'm
But
glad you
let's do
remember.
this. Let's do this. Let me go, and then we'll have Neymar and then better. Okay, let me do this. So yeah, no, the reason why, and shout out to Ed. That shit was funny for real when he said that. Like, let's sign the effing paperwork, Z. But right. So no, I say this because I agree with you that there are, and because there's some brothers, as you said, like that will deal with an Ole after the fact, or because like we, at least I don't know if she ever put anything toxic online about black men in her younger days when she was with the white dude or before the white dude. So someone like that who just happened to be in a situation with a white guy, I think that's a bit different. And like Dr. Thunder said, like and Shrell said, like proximity, that's different, right? And we've like I've met and I have some extended family members that are married to a white man and they've been married for decades, right? So like that's a thing. And it's not, when you're around them, you don't get no type of like swirler vibes or like black men ain't ish vibes. So that's a thing. And definitely even for Ole, who, at least from what we can see, has not said anything crazy about black men. That bar is in hell. That bar for crazy. That's a different situation. I agree. But for these like Chrissies, oh boy, nah. If and when you ever get kicked off of Mount Olympus, yeah, you just get what you get, right? So go ahead, Namer. Go ahead. I'll pause right there, and then we'll get better. You
Also,
afterward. Go ahead.
Also, people still have their misconceptions and their projections. Like women, by the way, here's a term you keep forgetting to use with regard to like, the D.L. Hughley's, the called D.L. Hughley's, the Cat Williams, the Steve Harveys, and let's not forget. Let's add also what's his name, Nick Cannon to that, because he is what he is, a stud provider, a scene provider, and a protector for the gynocracy because he was raised like that. Why do you think he had all those goddamn kids from so many women?
Straight up.
Secondly, they're just basically the enablers. They're running interference, but they're also the enablers because they benefit from the gynocracy.
Exactly.
Don't forget that. They benefit from the gynocracy as much as they were raised into it. It's like Steven from Django Unchained. Now, as for the rest of us, like I myself, like you talked about, there are people who have been married, who've done the swirling. I mean, there are people I know who are married to non-black, non-Eritrean people, and it was never about race. It was just about who was most compatible with you. My sister's got friends who are married to white men, mostly European and whatnot, and it worked out for them in a way. They're married, they have kids and everything. It worked out. Cousins who are married to white folks. I got a male cousin. Who's married to a Brazilian chick. It worked out okay for him. And you just understand that the gynocracy, but you see ADOS folks and Caribbean and everything. Because let's not forget, Caribbean women also have that kind of problem. Afro Latinos, they have similar mindsets about white men. I look at them and I'm asking them, like, what is it that you see in these people? And they couldn't really articulate it right. They couldn't explain what it was. They just felt a certain way, and I could sense it in their voices in a certain way because it's just that they just had this resentment towards us, towards black men. I said, what did the black men do to you? And they couldn't really explain to me. But I understood that the white man was just a means to an end. For some women, the white man is merely a means to an end. That's why you hear that's why like when all you see are women going like, white man does this, that, and third. Remember, these are chicks who probably grew up listening to Destiny's Child, Bills, and Independent Lady. So they're projecting that bullshit onto other people and not realizing it's not. But trying to explain that to them is like, trying to explain to a shark not to eat the chum that's used to attract them during, shark tourism. Y'all get the what? Y'all understand what I mean by that, right? The chum.
Yeah.
Anybody who doesn't know what chum is, it's basically like this mix of blood, guts, and fish stuff that they use to bait sharks to come out, so they can have tourists in cages to watch sharks swim and everything, especially like places like South Africa and such. Costs a lot though, but but we have to understand there are these people, it's enablers, and also as far as the women go, it's not about what they say. It's when we try to explain something to them. Remember, it's not about what you say; it's what they heard, what they hear, and they use selective hearing, just like they'll be cherry picking, what they want to say or how they want to feel. So, better you. Wait, better you. You done listening to Prince's future baby mama? Because I still hear it on replay, man. And by the way, by the way, here's my impression. Here's my impression of Better You. Down when he goes down to Houston. Shh. Be very, very quiet. I'm hunting wet bones.
Shit, you don't know how true that is.
All right, y'all stay blessed. I gotta go.
You too, bro.
Stay excited there, Demetrius.
I actually want to circle back to the one of the part of his statement when he talked about being in community with you, and actually circle it back larger to the point earlier about defining blackness. At least for me, and how I came up, and my dad reminded me of this after he saw my video about are we losing our blackness. And finger wagged on me. He was like, "Fuck are you talking about?" And for us, the way we were raised, like my family is black, we ADOS, but we also have Gullah influence.
Yeah, Gullah.
For us, a big part of it was our history. So everywhere that we went, a lot of times we would stop at certain places if there was something significant that happened there. A lot of times, much of what I know about Black America and Black history, I never got in a book. It was passed down to me by my grandfathers, my grandmothers, my fathers, my uncles, so on and so forth, which is part of why, one, I feel like the school system is such a detriment to us in that regard, because they're never going to teach us our history. Because they teach us our history, we'll know who we are. The second part of it is, and this is part where some people might have a problem with it. Frankly, we were always taught we was better than. So like, and I don't mean that in a haughty sense, but like we were always taught like, hey, look, there's certain disadvantages and roadblocks and whatnot, and basically almost kind of like a Spartan mentality. Like, hey, look, there's been people going back 3-4 generations that have succeeded in the face of these things. That's not to say these things aren't real, not to say that people don't get tripped up and whatnot, but like, hey, we as Black people, we are, hey, an average Black person is better than the average white person because we got to overcome all this shit. Like, our mediocre is their excellent. And we were always taught that along with a few other things. So for me, when it comes to defining our Blackness and that community aspect of it, and maybe it's because of that Gullah part of it, it was always one of those things like, hey, look, not everybody gonna rock with you and not everybody gonna be on the same type of time as you. So if somebody wants to be in community with you, it was always, hey, look, that's your community. If somebody don't like you, if somebody don't want to rock with you, if somebody reviles you, they're not part of your community. And as such, they're not entitled to anything. So leave them where they lay. Hey, don't circle back later about, hey, look, these folks over here. Nah, I feel for you. I hate to see it for you. But you got to figure out how to get Charlie up off your chest. Me and Ma, we'll be over here.
I think that's the way a lot of Black men and then Black women that follow behind Black men and the children. That's the way, because this trying to lambast and shame Black men into, I don't know, being the guardrails for Black women's bad behavior, and then say that's what real manhood is. Absolutely not. And that's really what it is. It's trying to shame Black men into being the cleanup men, really, not even the guardrails. Because that would mean protection. That would mean that you're actually listening before you go into the ditch. but yeah, no. So yeah, no, I agree with you on this idea of community. What it actually um would look like if black men was running it, but racist white society and black women decided otherwise, and well, you get the shit show you got now in the black community. Whee! Anyway, right. What's going on, Black Socrates?
Hey man, how's everyone doing?
Good, good.
Okay, I was here earlier and I kind of stepped out a little bit. Did the
Mhm.
conversation change? Are y'all still talking about, I think, immigrants and Black American culture?
No, yeah. So yeah, that conversation stemmed from the Drake and Kendrick back and forth right now, and well, then we get into the what does it mean to be black? What does it mean to be black in America? Considering a sizable minority of black immigrants and their children, and even maybe second and third generation. So yeah, no, that conversation, and not just that. What is Drake to black American culture, namely hip hop, which is a product of black American culture, right? So yeah, no, that's where that conversation stems from with the immigrants and black immigrants and how they either contribute, take away from, hide certain elements of being black in America, namely black ADOS FBA.
Okay, yeah, yeah. I was having a similar conversation with a friend of mine and my brother yesterday, because prompted by the Kendrick Drake beef or rap battle, and one of my friends was asking like, what is black culture? What is black identity? And I do have a question about that too, because I'm not sure. Like, I have a working definition, but it's very, very controversial. I say that black identity in America is a construction, it's a fabricated construction by white liberal professors and the media. And the reason I say that is because if you think about all the engines of media that depict quote unquote black culture, who owns it and who controls it? It's white people. And so the question is, where does authentic black expression start and white controlled determination of what is black expression begin? Because nearly all aspects, even hip hop, the record labels are owned by white people. The radio stations are owned by white people. The music stations are owned by white people. They determine which rappers get any real attention, right? You notice that if you're a rapper and you don't talk about certain talking points, no matter how good you are, you will not get any attention. But once you start talking about, like a Drake and conform to certain stereotypes of black community, or a Sexy Red, or a Megan Thee Stallion, then you get sponsorships, you get to go on L'Oreal, you get everything. So the question is, what is actually black culture? Who controls it? Who determines it? And that's obviously, I don't think it's black people in America, right? I think they're told what it means to be black, as opposed to being able to curate it and control it themselves.
So what's your okay, so talk about controversial, because I don't actually fully disagree with you. I think then the question becomes, how much autonomy and agency do black people actually have then?
Okay, good question. That's a multifaceted question. So the question is, how much do they have in theory, or like in potentiality? Or
okay, let's do this.
Or
give me an answer for practice and in theory.
Okay. In practice, I'll say black people in America don't have any autonomy. I'll say how it is, because remember, they go to public school. Who determines the curriculum in public school? White liberals or white people. Who determines what they see in the images? Who determines how they think? Who determines what it means to be black? It's all white people, right? Now, sure, they also have black puppets or black presenters, but it's white ideas. I remember Eddie Murphy had a funny speech or a funny SNL skit back in the 80s, right? So SNL's on the stage talking to his father, right? Or a character playing his father. And he's like,
Gossett Jr.
Yeah, he's like, I'm about to go to the streets to make money, man. And his dad's like, no, man, don't go out there. That's crazy. You don't need to do that. You could be a good man. And he's like, why are we yelling? He's like,
they're just seeing fights and everything. Remember? Then they called the writer and everything. Do you like this and everything?
Yeah, they call it the writer, and the writer's a white guy, right? And there's African drums in a closet, and he opens the closet, and he's like, "Why are you playing African? Like, who's behind all this? Like, why are we doing this? We're not like this. I love my father." That's the whole point. It's like there's the Good Time show that just come out. Who really controls even the original Good Times? If people actually know what actually goes in to what gets shown, why it gets shown, who promotes it, who finances it, it's not black people who have any say, really. They either agree or don't, or it doesn't happen. That's how it really happens. So my question is, in practice, autonomy, I always say that, again, the part of the evolution as a black man in America is to regain your humanity. What does that mean? Not seeing yourself as a community resource, not seeing yourself as this political identity want you to be an activist and only carrying 4 years if something happens. To have a life outside of these things, to have a life as a human being, not a doing, but a human being, like with desires, with hopes, with dreams, whatever you want to do, that is what you're trying to do. But for black people, where it's completely enveloped in this idea that your life is already purposed before you're born, especially if you're a black male. Your life is purposed already. You're supposed to be this save the community person. You're supposed to be this role model. You're supposed to be all these things you're supposed to be before you're anything for yourself. And that's why I would say in practice, it's not. But in theory, yes, of course, you have the ability to possibly break out of these isms and these systematic approaches to your identity and things like that through learning and growing and probably that's why I want black men to travel. My issue with black men traveling is not even about the tricking or the sexual excursions or the possible romantic adventures. It's a view for them to have the possibility to view themselves outside of the American paradigm, view themselves as a human being, where people don't treat you with preconceived notions. They treat you as a person, which a lot of black males in America have never experienced. For people to not even have you at negative, but at zero, right? You're at zero with them. To be at zero would be a boon for most black men because they start at negative with most people, including other black people. They start at negative.
I agree. I agree with that.
I'm in partial agreement. I would say
let's let PK go and then you name him.
I'm in about 70% agreement with what you had to say there, Black Socrates. I'm not in full agreement because I think that it's more. There are some complications therein by virtue of the fact that we lack many of the structures that come along with communal living, would come along with societal living because we didn't form any of these structures.
Wait, when you say structures, what do you mean? Can you give me an example of what you mean?
The paradigm by which we form our society here in America, we didn't actually have any agency in how it was formed. And so we kind of just got put in it, thrust into the social structures that was the American populace and the forming of the American paradigm in terms of what is popular culture and forming what, our societal standards surrounding capitalism is, what, our legal structures are from top to bottom. From education, you can go across the board. We didn't really have too big of an influence on any of these particular structures. So I do agree insofar as we were essentially, as you said, without agency in many of the production of these structures. Insofar as our communal responsibility in terms of what is expected of a black man, before he's born, is also true. We don't often have agency over that as well. However, what I would say though is even in a functioning community, by and large, you still do have duties and obligations to it. What we fail to see though is by virtue of the fact that we didn't create these structures and we actually don't have any particular agency or structures of our own, we can't actually build the foundations by which to correct the issue.
Wait. So when we had segregation and black people had their own schools and their own everything, you're saying that they didn't control those schools?
I would say by and large, though, for instance, the paradigm by which those schools were built, we're in a racist society. We didn't have full control over that. We did have some input and control over it, but we didn't have total agency over that process. No. It was informed by our environment that we were thrust into insofar as America is concerned.
I understand that the paradigm, but in terms of actual control, because like there's a famous charter school in Harlem called Harlem Children's Zone, right, where it's a black president, a black principal. He has black teachers, predominantly black students, and they do well. Of course, they weed out the bad students. That's part of why they do it well, but that's a whole different discussion. And so my question about having this agency, and this is why I have this pessimistic view of the black community. And I always ask the ultimate question: what's the end goal? What they're trying to do? Because my question is, if you wanted to start your own school systems, if you wanted to have your own control, that can happen and does happen, but the result is still poor. And my question is, who is responsible for that? If you're in a place like Baltimore, where the majority of the population is black, where the principals are probably black, where most of the teachers are black, where the city council is black, where the mayor is black, where the police chief is black, and then things are still poor in terms of the outcomes. My question is, ultimately, where does the buck stop? How do you blame white people for that? That's my issue with the black community in America, where everything is the black. I have a situation where I ask people, I say, okay, let's imagine that racism no longer exists. There's no racism. A magic wand happened, God intervened, something happened. There's no more racism. My question next would be, what do you think would happen in America in terms of how people are situated socioeconomic wise? My answer is nothing. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, it's fine.
I can wait. I
didn't say I don't think anything would change. I think black people would still be on the bottom. They don't have to be on the bottom based on race. They could be bottom based on class. They could be bottom based on certain behaviors that they have now become their thing. I understand people say that's respectability politics, and I get that. But here's the issue. When you have whole districts when no child can read at their level, whole districts where no one can do math at their level, and I'm like, bruh, this is worse than they performed before segregation. We're talking about they performed better during segregation. So we have to say something. If this, yeah, go ahead.
No, my apologies. Let me read this real quick because Leon had this up for a minute. And he says it's better to be a white man, white man housemaid than a black man's wife. Logic. Yeah, that's definitely how these women be thinking. Let me go to something you're saying to Black Socrates. Okay. Black schools, black neighborhoods, black teachers, white money, white mayors, if not white mayor, white state, mainly probably you have blue, you might be in a blue city that's maybe in a blue county in a red ass state because all the states in America are red, but it's blue cities that flip those states quote unquote blue during the election. So I agree. But once again, the curriculum coming down is dictated by the state, which once again is pretty much white. So if now we were to wave a magic wand, like you said before, and get rid of quote unquote racism, but it's really like a specific type of racism, the anti-blackness, which is about the hierarchy having black at the bottom in specific, then that would be a different question. And I don't actually think that black people would stay on the bottom if black isn't designated a bottom caste as a class. And I would argue that that is what it is, right? And so when you say...
Let me interrupt real quick. Part of the reason why I would say that is because if you look at the wealth distribution, it follows certain correlations. One correlation that it has is marriage, right? So marriage is highly correlated with high earnings and high wealth. Now, that can be a post ecto facto, like after the fact. It's not a correlation. The causation isn't flowing that direction. Possible. That's possible. But let's be honest, though. You can be wealthy and wealthier and will be wealthier just by virtue of getting married, because that doubles your income by about 100%. And if you stay married, again, all things being equal, ceteris paribus, you will have a better boon in terms of stability.
Depend on systems.
Again?
Depend on the system. Because usually wealth is always either structure or distributed. And we all know for the last 54 years now, or 55 years now, they have changed it drastically with the no-fault divorce. So you have to really examine about the mobility of marriage and the...
I'm not saying that wealth will necessarily make you upward mobile. What I'm saying is that if you follow the wealth distribution, it correlates with marriage, meaning that the wealthier are married, period. So what happens about society now is that, like we've said, who the poorest? Single black women and single Hispanic women. Why are they also the poorest? because they're the least married. So my whole thing is that if you change racism is not the picture. Just by virtue of the marriage rates, you're still going to be in the bottom. And that's the thing that.
Wait, before you go, PK, but let me. But that's the whole thing. The race is class. So much of the reason
I
is
get
because.
I get that.
Were you saying
My
something?
apologies, y'all. My apologies. No, but yeah, no. So no, race is class in America. So much of the reason why I would argue we're in the situation we're in is because race is class. And so to the marriage thing, by the way, no, you are right that it is largely correlated with wealth and income. Here's the thing: we have allowed for marriage to be a signifier, and this has been my argument for a while. We have allowed for marriage to be the signifier of stability, right? Um, at the end of adulting, that's something very crucial. No longer, and this is why the divorce rate is going down. The divorce rate is going down because the marriage rate is going down, and the people that are getting married have a very specific class position. It's really middle class and above getting married. And
You motherfucker! I needed
that's
to,
what you're gonna say, right?
disseminate this. This was important
Right.
because when you
Go
talk
ahead.
about correlation and causation surrounding the marriage argument, insofar as upward mobility.
And we're ending in about 9 minutes, y'all, because I got this was a reckless stream, so you got things to do. But go ahead.
Okay, I'll just keep it short and then I'll hop off. Insofar as upward mobility is concerned, what you have to take into consideration is the particular class position that those people are getting married in. So, for instance, if a person makes $100,000 a year, male or female, these two people, because of their class position, oftentimes end up partnered and getting married in the first place. At the lower ends of the spectrum of earnings, these people aren't even getting married in the first place. You could argue that that would lead to the outcome that you're determining, but
PK, let me pause you too right there to make sure that we don't think of this as a character flaw. Not only are wealthier people or just people with more wealth period more likely to get married, they're less likely to get divorced, right?
Correct.
So that also speaks to this really being a money and class thing, obviously an education thing. So when you think of the system that we live in, right, that unless we're trying to say that poor men are just worse communicators, worse men, more toxic, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, then that makes sense that they are the ones that are less likely to be married because of the women. And just that's more likely to be divorced if they are to get married, lower down on the socioeconomic ladder, right? So yeah, go ahead, y'all.
But you could make an argument that we would still be in the same overall position as black people in this society. You could make that argument, and to some extent, it would be true, but in totality, probably not. Because obviously, for instance, that many men in the black community are in the middle class. Now, you could say that there would be a divergence insofar as a split in between male and female, which probably would be the case as we see currently. That would probably continue. But insofar as the black community as a whole being collectively on the bottom of society, that would probably change drastically. That would not be the case, I don't think. Not in the current time. But if you use history as the barometer for how we measured this, if we thought that history had any sort of inertia, which I tend to believe, that history does tend to play out into perpetuity or into the future, barring any sort of changes, then you could by and large see the exact same thing play out if you don't actually address many of these social structural issues. So if you just got rid of quote unquote racism tomorrow, would things change immediately for black people? There would be a bifurcation amongst men and women. Number one, black men would probably be better off as a holistic group, not on an individual level, because I would argue that, like you said, the men who are on the bottom would probably still remain to be on the bottom, but many of the men who are in the middle class and upper class would probably tend to excel. That would probably change the lopsided outcomes that we see currently.
Will they excel with their female counterpart, or they're excellent because they're disassociating?
They would. What do you mean by that?
Meaning that the middle class and upper black men, they can excel by still retaining a relationship to the black community or black women, or by basically doing their own thing?
Probably by virtue of the latter, not the former.
Okay.
Because of the bifurcation in between the class position of black men and versus black women as a group. You could argue that there are black women who are excelling individually. The same would be true of black men, but insofar as the overall groups, the groupings of black men versus black women, what you tend to see is, insofar as the middle class is concerned and upper classes, there's a larger group of men in that grouping. And so far as women is concerned, women tend to occupy the bottom rungs in our quote unquote race. So that's the outcomes that you would see if it would play out exactly the same without marriages, increasing or anything else. Right. So
no, I think because I think y'all just have a difference in ideology here, and that's okay. No, what we're dealing with is multiple things. This is neoliberalism meets feminism, and what that to me, when I do my math, what that equals is men that earn enough. So we went back to feudal era. Men that earn enough get to have women and children in marriage, right? All you others come up with whatever excuses you want to do and hodgepodge whatever the hell you want to put together. And I remember saying this in FD Signifier, popping up on my channel and having a major issue with what I just said, because that's what's being pushed. Marriage and children in nuclear family, in long lasting marriages, if not marriage till death, right? That's going to be reserved for the men that have checked off a certain level of education, checked off a certain amount of income, checked off a certain level of financial stability, et cetera, et cetera. All the rest of you can either try and get divorced, or you can engage in same-sex loving relationships. You can engage in relationships with retired and former lesbians. You can engage in relationships with former poly women. You can engage in situationships, et cetera, but the marriage in nuclear family, et cetera, children, et cetera, that will be reserved for men for the most part, further up on the income scale and definitely wealth. Does that apply to every man up there? And does the not going to get married, or if you do, you're going to get divorced, apply to every man further down on the income scale? No.
I think everyone
Is that the
here,
trend?
at least
Yes.
currently, I think
Say that
everyone
again?
here on the panel currently understands the difference in between individual and collective.
Yeah. But no, I'm saying
So
because you
far.
never know who's listening. Yeah, you never know
Right,
who's listening randomly. So yeah, no. So and that is where we are in America now. The coping mechanisms that we assign depends on where you align politically. What you have from conservatives is lean more into Christian values and make more money. And I agree with them on the make more money part, but that's not a solve for the macro, right? And on the liberal side, what you have is, well, the problem with the men is that they're not emotionally intelligent enough, or they don't know how to respond to women no longer needing them financially, and once again, they're not emotionally intelligent. They don't know how to use their words. They're what's this? They weaponize their incompetence, et cetera, et cetera. So that's the left's excuse for the situation we're in. No one really wants to say, actually, what we wanted won, and what we wanted not to win also won, which is that, see, I said this before, and somebody in the comments had pushback when I said and it might have been, I don't even recall if it was on my channel. It might have been on another person's channel. I can't remember. When I said the left won the
culture war,
and the right won the economic war. The reason why y'all push back is because you actually think the right lost the economic war. The left are neoliberals. The right won the economic war. The left and the right are full of neoliberals. You're mistaking liberal for neoliberal. It's two different things, right? When I say the right won the economic war, there's a reason why Bill Clinton came in the door talking about the third way, because Reagan stumped a goddamn mud hole into the left. The left got shredded. That's why Bill Clinton had to come in being Republican light, and the Democratic Party has been Republican light since Bill Clinton.
Well, yeah.
Right? Y'all don't really appreciate that dear my conservative brethren. Now the left won the cultural war. That's why you got all these goddamn pink and purple hair feminists running around these goddamn campuses, right? So like, what we have to admit which side is where they are, and that maybe your ideology won. You just didn't prepare yourself for your ideology to win and what it actually looks like, right?
But
I
insofar
mean,
as what
go
if
ahead, go
we
ahead, go ahead.
try to truncate this into black issues, individual issues, you'll get lost pretty quickly because this isn't. You
It
can't
affects
look at
black
the
people
black.
heavily, but it's not just a black issue. Yes.
Right. You can look at black people and put the magnifying glass over them and say, okay, we have these issues. And if we just got rid of racism, these issues wouldn't go away, which is true to some extent. However, this is an issue now that affects, I would argue, the American society as a holistic group. This is
I
no
agree.
longer an individual issue amongst, black people's cultural failures. This isn't the case anymore, and hasn't really been the case since the beginning because of the way that they instituted many of these policies and policy positions, which has had large impacts across our culture and our social environment and the structures surrounding it, because
Uh,
that's just the way that policy works.
yeah, but I think that based on what we've seen as a global phenomena, there's one glaring issue that seems to be at work in all of these things, which is feminism, right? Notice how South Korea, China, Japan, all these countries are now suffering immeasurable demographic collapse and lack of marriage rates, etc. And the reason being what? The women have a higher premium on wanting to get married because of hypergamy.
But
That's
yeah,
the
yes,
act right to live
but
in.
it's not feminism in a vacuum, Black Socrates. That's my pushback.
Okay.
It's not feminism in a vacuum. Remember, it was for
Mhm.
South Korea to climb out of where they were post Korean War, especially when you get to the 80s and above, they adopted a very capitalist model. You couple that with the feminism, and you get the toxic sludge we have now. The feminism doesn't exist in a vacuum. I will agree with you with the
Yes,
feminism,
but
especially when you speak of radical
that
feminism. Yeah, go ahead.
how can that be true? When you go to Africa and you go to poor countries, once they start getting that feminist bug, it manifests the same way, even if you don't have the capitalism.
Yeah, but
these other places have.
It depends on the environmental support. So, for instance, some would argue, and I believe this to some extent, it isn't entirely true, but it's true to a large extent, that when you essentially adopt the industrialist system, that's when feminism can truly plant roots, because what ends up
Yes.
happening is by virtue of that industrialist system, they adopt many capitalist models, and they adopt many of the outcomes associated with feminism that essentially leads women into working and competing with men.
Yes.
That's the issue, not feminism in the vacuum where it
Yep.
exists on its own, because without supports it can't.
Because the hypergamy is in check by the environment. Once you allow for a certain demographic to work, what that ends up doing is just keeps on moving the hypergamy bar up and up and up till it gets into impossible. And there's only a handful. And when I say impossible, I'm kind of being hyperbolic here. But only a handful of men can actually achieve this absolutely delusional state. Actually, no man can, but only a handful of men can actually be perceived as being those dudes. And that's the issue that we're dealing with now. As much as women need men, they're the ones turning men down. Why? Because they're holding out for the dream. For the dream. We're literally witnessing this in the Black community. This is what that is. You're talking to a group of people that are talking about settling when they actually earn less.
So
Imagine that.
two solutions to the problem. Now, I argue on the opposite end, but you could go to either side of this, of the extremes, but you have to go to the extremes to get to the solution. Essentially, either you give women what they want, which is full and total control over their autonomy, and essentially thrust onto them independence and everything that comes along with negative liberty, which is also basically they're entitled. Excuse me, what's the word that I'm looking for? Their entire
Entitlement.
worldview, their entitled
It's not time yet. No, I'm looking at something.
their entire
Or
worldview,
delusion.
and so as far as entitlements are
Oh,
concerned,
now it is.
and social safety
Okay.
nets have to completely
Thank you,
eliminate,
Mr.
which is one option, which is basically making them completely and totally equal to men. Or you can go the opposite route and restrict women and essentially roll the clock back, which is also a solution, but people don't want to do that. So you got two solutions to the issue, but many people are afraid to take either one. So we're stuck in flux essentially as a society and societies across the world right now, because no one wants to go to either side of this issue. We're playing
But understand,
essentially a mixture of both, where we want to give women entitlements, and we also want women to essentially be completely unaccountable to their decisions, which is
Feminist,
a weird place to be.
the patriarchy under feminist specifications is the problem that we're running into.
Right.
Where men are still supposed to play a very patriarchal role under a feminist umbrella, and that shit ain't working. The math don't math. And the people that can at least look like they're doing it the most are the people further up, and that's really because the men up there can afford their wives' leisure time.
Word.
And
That's really what it is.
And the consequences surrounding the negative outcomes in association with marriage and family doesn't have the same impact on men higher up the socioeconomic ladder.
Yes, the men up there can more afford the hypocrisy of the system. That's really what it gets down to.
That's
But y'all,
that's why when Jeff Bezos, gets divorced, he doubles his money. Whereas when a regular man gets divorced, he's basically fucked for the next 20 years of his life trying to recover from it.
exactly. It's different. It's different for a billionaire to lose, $50 billion compared to
and he
you
more than made
who
up for
earns,
within a week.
right? And who compared to you who earns $60,000, $50,000, $48,000 getting divorced, and now you got to pay, child support and alimony, or even if it's just child support, right? So yeah.
Look at
Go ahead,
Elon
Neighbor. You were gonna
Musk
say
right
something.
there. First of all things considered, like what PK said about nobody wants to consider the consequences and the whatchamacallit that comes with each of the decisions coming forward, because there's going to be some huge consequences for going either way. Secondly, the economic restraints that everybody's going through right now, like when you hear women talk about this, that, and the third, they reflect the delusion, not being economically or not just. A lot of people think they're tech savvy, but a lot of people are not financially savvy. I mean, ask some of these people who are talking the way they do. Ask them if they ever took home economics in high school. If they ever did, if there was a home ec class in high school. Because how many of them understand budgeting, how to be financially responsible, how to live within your means? And when they say, people talk about, you got to make this out in third, you got to make this amount for me, you got to make this to get with me. You got to consider where they are and what is the cost of living over there.
I would add on to, they're not socially savvy also, by the way.
Not socially savvy.
Yeah.
Thank you. They're not economically. A lot of people think they're tech savvy when they're not. Because you got to be you need to have the right combination of street smarts, economic smarts, technological smarts. And you have to understand how systems work and how they operate and everything. So you know how to work your other system. This is why George Carlin was important, because remember the system, that joke he said about you don't have owners. No, you don't have leaders. You have owners. You don't have any choices.
Facts.
The politicians, the judges, everybody are bought and paid for. It's a big club, and you're not in it. They're taking everything from you. Now they're coming for your Social Security. And also he talked about how the poor are used to keep the working class scared, and so they show up for those jobs. The upper class are cool, but it's like the feudalism. And in feudalism, if you remember the history of feudalism. Oh, by the way, chivalry has its history in feudalism, not the Renaissance. Because the word chivalry comes from the word chevalier, which means cavalry. It's a derivative of a French word. You look at the
etymology.
Yeah, thank you.
Looking for the etymology of the term, you understand? No, it comes from the French word chevalier, for chivalry.
Y'all
Chivalry is
give better
French
you
for
his
cavalry.
props.
Yep.
Yeah, that's why, or as the English would say, instead of being chivalry, they say you're very cavalier. Cavalier, you know, if you were a cavalry, you were a cavalier. But it just shows how disconnected or misconcepted people have. This is why we need to have the conversation about the Disney prince later on, Mr. Z. Because it's not just about how it affects boys, but the girls, what they talking about, knight in shining armor. I remember I was cyber with somebody, and she was talking about she was looking for her knight in shining armor. This woman's like a late Gen Xer, or I'm an early millennial, so I'm like, oh.
I'm just
so we have to understand these misconceptions. Go ahead, PK. You're up. Oh, by the way, PK, pass the judge, will you? Pass the judge to the left-hand side.
we have to pause right here because Mrs. Z got things to do. Right, I'm gonna probably bring y'all a stream a little bit. No, not even that. I got another. I'm gonna probably do another stream a little bit later on tonight because we definitely are gonna have to see what the hell DL Hughley was talking about. And shout out to y'all for bringing that to my attention because this man. Anyway, shout out to all you boomers and older Xer black men. Any of you silent generation that's still around, that's on the internet. I don't know what the hell y'all talking about, but y'all raised some of the most insufferable black women ever, and then you want these women to be married. If black men were so trash, then why the hell aren't the white boys marrying them then?
Well, I would
Here's
say
a quote that might answer the question, Z.
I would
Here's
say
a quote that might.
Go ahead,
you go ahead, PK. Let me go. Okay. Do you remember what I said when we were on Dr. Thunder's stream a while back? There's an old saying. It says, "Young men do not see what old men have experienced." But I also flipped it and said, on the flip side, old men refuse to see what young men are experiencing. That is how you get the generation gap. And people experience a generation gap twice in their lives. First, as young people, when it comes to being scolded by the older generation, and then when they become the older generation and they start scolding the young people behind them. It's a learned behavior, by the way. I remember looking at there's a podcaster, history professor. He talks about the generation gap. And he had this tweet about it. And I was like looking at all the quotes. Socrates, everybody were expressing their resentment, contempt for the younger generations. And I realized this is a learned behavior.
Yes.
So you understand we understand why they're acting the way they are, even if they're not cognizant of what it is. Go ahead, PK.
Well, what you said was very good, and I agree with that. What I would also add on to say that by and large, this hasn't been collectively analyzed societally, how essentially many of the older generations have failed completely and utterly failed in just about every single way when it comes to raising the young. So any type of resentment or failures that many young people face today insofar as their raising, insofar as their socioeconomic outcomes, insofar as their achievement, is largely based on the failures of the historical forefathers that came before. So that doesn't necessarily reflect on their own individual efforts. When it comes to much of the economic landscape that we face in this country and arguably across the world, young people didn't have any impact on that. You were born into this environment and you had to deal with the consequences of decisions that were made by people that you didn't elect. You didn't have any agency over any of those decisions. You didn't get to choose what environment you were born into, how exactly smart you were, how exactly your parents' finances were. You didn't get any choice in that individually or collectively. And many of the teachings that came along with that were not passed down, were not learned by parents. And many of these parents, I hate to say it, had a whole lot of oops baby, at least insofar as America is concerned, had a whole lot of oops babies.
No, it was happening everywhere. Definitely happened in Haiti and Jamaica.
Right. And arguably, I
Way in Africa.
would say somewhere around 70 to 80% of people didn't get here on the parents, on their own purpose. It was an accident. You got here by accident, most likely. So many of the lessons that should have been passed down if you were had an effective family or an effective marriage were unlikely to be passed down to you individually. So this is a collective issue by virtue of many of the issues that preceded it, as well as the issues that were taking place in the culture at that time. So there's a whole host of issues surrounding, generational resentment that a lot of older people don't want to take credit for. And this is societally based. Like, this is an issue and a failure of our entire society.
There's a quote I can use to sum that
wait,
up.
wait, nope. I can't. Sorry, you guys. I gotta end it here. We gotta pause right here. So we'll pause right here. Love, peace, and chicken grease. Y'all go check out other Black Manosphere content, other non-Manosphere content. But Mr. Z has to go. We have things to do. Life is lifing. Believe it or not, Mr. Z got a life outside of YouTube. It's not a really eventful life. And I'm okay with that. Look, stability is boring, y'all. And I love it. So we will pause right here. Love, peace, and chicken grease.
At the 5-hour mark. Great.
Right, exactly, right. And I gotta come back to y'all with that stream. So I'm gonna try to find the whole interview. I found the actual like it's almost 5-minute long clip. I'm gonna listen to that and I'm gonna try to find the whole interview to give it some context. But if I can, I'm still gonna try to come to y'all later on tonight with the stream on this. And we will pause right here. Love, peace, and chicken grease. And y'all have a great rest of y'all day. All right, Mr. Z out.
Peace. Tune in tonight.
Peace. Y'all have a good one, brothers.